We'll call order the 4 o'clock Drainage Committee meeting. Let the record reflect all members are present except for Mr. Sponge. First item, request changes to current Gomesa allocations. First one is allocate 199,000 of the 1.5 million general jury allocation for fixed administration fees, audit expense out of non-bond.
Okay, moving forward, just to let you all know that we're gonna have administrative costs associated with these bonds, bond issue and the projects. At one point before, we had a lot of federal grants. Section 8 was the federal program and the single audit was done on Section 8. And then that fund had to pay for that. Now that we have this funding source, which is millions and millions of dollars, obviously is the highest federal funding program we had. So the single audit is done on here. So when a single audit is done, that fund has to pay for that cost. So there's no administrative money set aside. It's got to come out of this construction money. So I'm asking if you all, you have a 2-sheet handout in front of you. If you look at page 1, you see midway of the page, the blue box. And right below that, you'll see the balance of that 1.5 million is 199,000. And what we're doing is asking to allocate that 199,000 that is currently not allocated to allocate it to audit expense. It appears as of today, the audit for this year will be $23,000. And as long as they are auditing this money, it'll be that, if not more, every year. So we're gonna have to set aside money for audit fees. The alternative is to not pay for the audit fees out of this funding and to pay for it out of general fund. That brings up a whole nother discussion that once we get to the general fund budget, if you look at your sheets you have in front of you, I also put a summary of what the general fund is requiring as far as transfers out. And if you notice, it's my page, the total expenditures, I talked to y'all previously about a balanced budget versus not. If you count the transfers out and the expenditures, we are spending $3.4 million a year. If you look at the revenues in the general fund, it's $2.4 million. So that's in excess of $1 million a year. Look at the ending fund balance, $1.1 million. How many more years do you think we have?
1 year.
1 year. 1 year.
No, you can't hit the general fund.
So we can't hit the general fund, but not only can we not hit the general fund, and I hate to even have to recommend this, but we have to think about a way to fund additional revenue for the general fund. We had talked about the solar panel ordinance and how that could be a money generator. That's yet to happen. I truly want to just present to you all to consider it. I think we may need to consider a 1/4-cent sales tax to fund the jail. We are currently spending $800,000 a year on inmates. And that's coming out of general fund. There's no way we can generate that money to cover that. That's what's killing this fund year after year after year. These other expenditures, the transfers are increased. We do, you can see in front of you, we fund the sewer district. Hopefully that'll stop once we can get the sewer renovation project under control. So that'll stop. Criminal court, we talked about it with the judge about the $200,000 a year that we give into the criminal court fund. And then we fund the housing department because they don't get money to fund administration. That's over $260,000 a year. So that's the $700 somewhat thousand you're going to see in transfers out. The only way to cut those numbers is to cut services. That's where we are with that. So I'm just throwing it to you today. We really, really, really got to start thinking about that. I know it's the last thing you want to do. I know it's the last thing any voters want to hear. I don't want to do it either, personally, but.
So we just put it out there and see what happens.
Well, and if we need a plan B, because if it doesn't happen, we still have to fund these expenditures. So we have to try to be proactive, and we're already still behind the ball, because I mean, I don't want to say I told y'all so, but 5 years ago, I said it was coming, and now we're a year away. We're a year away. So anyway, so that went off on a tangent on the general fund side, but the point is, I think we need to use this 199,000 of Go Mesa non-bond money that is not allocated yet to allocate towards audit expenses. That's what this line item is.
Agreed.
Second.
Can I get a-
No, you're not on it, Joe.
No, I'm not.
You're not on it, Joe.
Motion by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Bro, that we allocate, 199,000
405,
the
just go to hold the balance.
405 to, audit expenses related to Gomesa bond funds, or Gomesa funds. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Unallocate 114,511 of funds from lead drive drainage to cover over allocation of projects.
Okay, so now if you flip to page 2, that same handout, then you're gonna see the amount we had on the bond issue was $10,989,000. You'll see every project that you have allocated, okay? Grant you, some of these projects may come under budget. For example, that brings us to Lee Drive. Lee Drive is currently complete, and we did not spend $114,511 of that. So initially, you all might think, oh, that's great, we need extra money for a project. Look down to the bottom of this page and you'll see the 150,481 in brackets. That means we are over allocated by 150,000. So we have allocated more than what we even have. So we need to cover to at least break even. If we have other projects that come in under budget, wonderful. But I am not going to recommend we reallocate the 114,000 back to another construction project when we don't even have enough to cover what we have allocated.
Y'all ready to make the motion?
So what's the balance in the lead drive?
The final balance it was?
I don't know. They had 371,800 and then 100,000, so that's 471,800 minus 114,511. And I've talked to Jamie about this and you know, he feels like that was allocated towards a project in his ward that he should be able to use it. But again, and I explained to him, we have to cover the deficit. Again, it's a jury decision, but this is my recommendation.
Use it to cover this, my recommendation, use it to cover that.
Good. Motion by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Update on drainage issues from Laverdville, to Bruley Road, William Arson.
What you got on that, Aaron? So you found a couple of things?
Yeah, like I told you, we found a large flower pot that had completely blocked up one culvert and a part of a large trash can. And they blew out, both sides from going back to Highway 1 and some on the right side from the track, and they had no issues. That was all they
We
found.
did from Highway 1 and Brother Road all the way to the Elm Street, to the
Right.
outfall, to the canal.
Right.
Mostly on the right side.
Yeah, and then there was some on the left too, up by Mr. Charlie's thing.
Good.
Yeah, that's what they found. That's what was blocking up their whole side.
No action?
No.
Discuss drainage concerns in Oak Ridge subdivision.
Yeah, I'm looking at some.
Huh?
Nikki Lacoste,
Yeah, table.
table,
I'll be able to see that woman like,
item table. Request approval for the following drainage overruns. Project 93114. Consolidated Pierport Bell River Drainage District expenditure, Ward 8, $51.12.
all individual.
Let's see what their,
So the only one that I would say is the one on Birch Street. Like I told Mr. Charlie today, the guys found a 40-foot section of culvert on top of this T that would need to be replaced also due to damages.
So you need an additional allocation.
Right,
On top
so
of
yeah,
it.
we're not finished with them yet.
So you want to table that one?
do we have,
Table
sufficient funds in each of these?
Should.
Oh, you gotta come out of one on my mind.
On Jeff's.
93,182.
Yeah.
On another project. I got enough to come out of mine.
What it cost me on that, girl?
Which project we coming on?
Line machine, you know, some sheet.
92560.
9256.
Yeah, if you could just approve them all as is, even if we have to come back for the other T on Birch Street, at least that'll get the
About
budgets
$800
correct.
worth of pipe.
up to date.
All right, so we'll just do them all at once here. So 93115, Consolidated Pierport Bell River Drainage District expenditure, Ward 9. 93136, drainage issues at 4157 Highway 308. 93156, new pump at 248 South Bay Road. 93182, culvert replacement at 101 Cindy Street. And that one is gonna come out of project 92560. Project 93184, replace 15-inch T at 143 Birch Street. And 93187, culvert replacement at 159 Grizafi Lane.
I'm making motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Bro, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Hey, where's 4551 Highway Trail?
That's gonna be, that should be up this way. Here.
Just south of Maywood.
By Maywood, south of Maywood.
That's Jeff.
Yeah.
We did that already. That's not what we did.
I remember, so it's finished. I remember me and Ms. Kim emailed back and forth about it. There was a ton of more culvert that was needed. There was more
Dirt as
rock.
well.
Yeah, it was
and
additional dirt,
concrete,
additional
and
pipe and cement.
I think there was a project, it broke some of the concrete, so then that had to, that.
Turned out to be a larger,
expanded.
every time they went over to
Right.
investigate, it got larger and larger.
Yeah, just make sure you ain't double dipping on.
So those are gonna come out of 92560.
Yes, sir.
Next item is to approve to sweep South Loop Canal in Ward 2.
I'd like to table it. I didn't get a chance to go out there with an operator to assess it, to make a good cost estimate.
Okay. Next item is request approval to cover replacement between 121 and 123 Michael Street, Ward 6.
Yeah, this, project involves replacing small collapsed metal culverts of the larger plastic ones. Completing this project to restore drainage to the residents there. It's a viable project.
But is this, are you following the plans that were done for that area for the improvements to make sure we don't have to revisit this section?
I would like to, it was my understanding that project wasn't going anywhere.
As of right now, we don't have the funds for that project, and I need to get this done because it's actually backing up the resident sewage.
Yeah, it's like completely,
I'm just saying, if we're gonna set the culverts, make sure we have the right size and set them at the elevation that project calls for.
We can look at that, and do it that way.
Yeah.
Joe's got the plans. Okay. But I make a motion to approve the project.
Motion approved by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Brew, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Discuss funding sources and purchase of Long Reach.
yeah, so, I know it was in discussion that y'all had wanted to purchase the machine. It's gonna be coming off of rent in September 18th. The purchase price as of right now is $187,234. No, I spoke to Ms. Kim about it, about if there was money in the drainage budget for it, but, currently it has 738 hours on it. And I think it would be beneficial to purchase it. We wouldn't be on such a time constraint with having to use it. We have trouble putting the hours on it with the way we work that with the holidays, only working 40 hours. It's not swinging for 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day. So, I mean, I just.
You're gonna
think
need
it'd be
one for
good.
that, for the South Loop project.
That's the thing. I would want to go to assess it to see if we have enough overhead room to use it in those areas.
Yeah, we got $187,000.
We have 100, originally in the drainage budget, I had put $150,000 for equipment. And wasn't allocated to any specifics, so I increased it to 190,000, given if you all went that route.
Are we getting enough use out of it though?
Yeah.
Yes,
So-
y'all gotta answer that.
So that, I know I can't speak for all y'all. I know there are some of y'all that still have work that need to be, that y'all have work that y'all want to get completed with it. Again, there is another option to rent it for another year. Renting it for another year with the same monthly payment, it's gonna drop the purchase price down to $112,354. If y'all have the work ahead of it, like that we could purchase it with, I mean, I think it would be a good idea.
We move it. We got equipment to move it.
No, so what we do now is we use two vendors, and it's roughly $700 per move that we do with it.
I guess, are we using Go Mason money to fund those projects? What's the funding source for the bulk of those projects?
The rental is coming
The
out.
rental's
of-
coming out of
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Rental and materials.
so this is just my take on it. We got these Go Mesa projects that we are trying to get in construction, right? But we never talk about how we're gonna go ahead and continue to have continuous maintenance after these projects are done, because within the next 4 to 5 years, debris are filling up, we may have hurricanes, and may have vegetation debris, and the drainage may silt up. So in my opinion, it's better to have, and it's better for us to put together a maintenance plan, not to just go ahead and try to mitigate and fix our problems while we have this funding, but to have a plan B and have the right equipment and materials to go ahead to continue to maintenance our canals, our outfalls, cause we all have some. I may not have as much as you, but I do have some. And I do have those areas of concern.
Where the next size smaller we have that one and,
there's the 145, which,
oh, that one is,
how old or long?
oh,
Old, that.
Like 2 years
2
old.
years,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just a 33,000 pound
Yeah,
machine.
yeah, it's not big.
yeah, like a,
Because I don't want, the too big, then you can't work out the jobs.
Yeah, one of the questions I had was procurement. Can we purchase it without going out for bid? Because that's not on state bid. I don't think so. No, you can't, I didn't think
You
so.
gotta go up, if it's not on state bid, you gotta go up. Now, just talking about budgets again, I finished budgets. Drainage is bringing up, sales tax is up right now. Drainage revenues are 858,000, which is high. Our expenditures are 1.4 million. Now, right now, that's every single project in here, assuming it's gonna be expended in 2024. You know as well as I do, that's not the case. So it's not all gonna be expended, but that's still $600,000 more than what we bringing in on an annual basis. We've gotta look at how we maintain and everything we're looking at. We've gotta do something more efficiently.
How much rent that machine is?
it's $9,600 a month.
94,800 a
Yeah,
year.
yeah. And this,
It varies. Sometimes it's like $6,000 a month, sometimes it's close to
Yeah.
9, I think.
I wish, I can't think of the invoice. off the
But
top of my
then
head.
it breaks, anything goes wrong with it is
They
there.
fix it.
Correct, yeah, but under the plan. My concern is just the rent, it's, anybody who's ever rented machines, I don't think we can put the hours on it that a rent requires them to bring out. That's the biggest concern. I mean, with the hours we work, there's,
And I hear what you're saying, but what's gonna change if we own it? We work in the same hours.
Yeah,
true, we just won't be under the constraints of paying for the hours we're not using it. It's not, if we're doing projects with it and it's swinging fine, but it comes to a slow time in the year for 4 or 5 months and we're not using it, I mean, we're still not paying for it. It's,
You can return it.
yeah, like you could return it and stop renting it if we decide to rent it for another year. I just know that y'all have work that y'all want done with it, so we keep renting it. I mean, if we purchase it, I just know there was a talk.
Is it doing something right now? Is it working
Yeah,
somewhere
it's
right now?
just working in Biological.
Still got probably 3 more months
Yeah,
out there.
yeah, just completing the one calls for the rest of Mr. Ira's stuff, I said no less than 90 days of work.
Do you plan on buying anything else? You need anything else before the end of the year?
Instead, I mean, we could use another 1 or 2 dump trucks, for sure.
Well, I understand, it's too big for my levels.
I need
Too big.
everything else.
Too big for my levels.
I'm gonna throw this out there again. I know dump trucks and everything is not, their price is over, but LAGAP, the best way to use LAGAP funds, especially with equipment. You know, thinking that cycle is November, that's the best way to get that money and spent in and out is equipment.
So I know that the previous one we just applied for, we applied for 2 trucks and a Miss Mercedes trailer with the air conditioning, so that would be the next round, right?
That was 2023, right?
Right. So Aaron, could you maybe look at the projects that are in queue for the long reach and see if, how much of that could be done with, I don't know, like a 325 or something, and maybe it'd be better for us to buy a bigger machine, but not a long reach, and then just rent a long reach for the projects that require the long reach. You know, if there's enough reach with a bigger machine than what we have, and
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
know if
that's
there's
always,
I know it's faster to work on a standard reach machine than a long reach, you know, operator wise. And maybe we're using a long reach in places that we really could get away with a 325 or something like that.
yeah.
Like you think I don't think a 320 reach across
They
section.
won't reach none of my stuff, so.
That's good, let them to finish the job, and then, but we look at the other machine too.
That's what I'm saying, just look at the other projects and see if we have utilization for the long reach. Or some of this could be done with a 325.
Okay.
All right. Motion to adjourn?
Move.
Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor? Meeting adjourned. Finance Committee meeting, call it to order, let the record reflect all members are present. Request approval to pay list of bills submitted through August 9th, 2024. Motion by Mr. Nakam.
Second.
Second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval for president to sign the multi-jurisdictional consortium agreement relative to the Workforce Initiative, Innovative and Opportunity Act, WIOA.
Did Ms. Frank call you about?
Yes. So I met with him today to, I guess, get a better understanding of what the agreement was. The Terrebonne Parish President, LaFouche Parish President has already signed it.
This is the, work connection?
So basically what it is, it's an agreement saying that the CEO of this agreement, which would be the Terrebonne Parish President, has authority to sign for all three parish presidents for the work connection, projects. For the, it's actually the
The services and everything.
Workforce Development Board. So that they don't have to get the signature from all three parishes before they have to submit documents back to the state. But I did discuss with him, how we could improve the work connection program in Assumption Parish. And he's open to having some meetings with us to see if we can get more funds distributed back to the parish.
All right, motion approved.
Motion approved by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval for Assumption Council on Aging to sell 2 vehicles in fleet, 2013 Ford Ecoline and a 2016 Ford Ecoline.
Right.
You ever take a salesman and know?
We are actually the title holders of the vehicle, so they have to come to this board for authorization to advertise as surplus. So this is what they're doing. So with your authorization, they'll start the process.
Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval for OSEP Director and Assistant to attend the LEPA Conference October 21st through 23rd, 2024 in Lafayette at an estimated cost of $1,100.
No, that was me. I put that on the agenda. That's for me and my sister to attend this conference. So that's 2 hotel night stays, and that's the also money for food and for registration.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn. Second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to accept the high score for debris monitoring contract proposals.
Yes, I put that in your packet. We had 5 different companies that sent their quotes in, and we had a group of take that back. We had 6 companies. We had 5 scorers that scored the proposals, and Roston Solutions was the high scorer for the debris monitoring service 2024.
All right.
But that's my recommendation.
Any background on that?
Yes, we did. I made some phone calls on all 6 of them. And it was very well recommended.
What parishes around us have them?
Well, actually St. James Parish, and out west, they do Beauregard, they do, Calcasieu and Cameron, but St. James was the local parish that they deal with. And they came very highly recommended. So that's my recommendation. I mean, that's just and after if whoever the jury decides, we gotta get permitted, get, contracts done and taken care of.
I make a motion to approve the high score, Rostan.
Motion, Jeff.
And Mr. Calabro look over the contract.
Yes, sir.
Motion by Mr. Nakhan to accept the high score and the RFP scoring, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Discuss sewer budget.
Yeah, I put that one on there. A couple meetings ago, when we were talking about the sewer budget, and we were talking about employees that, work sewer. So I talked to Kim today, we got some things straight, it was a little confusing, but we have one employee that worked full-time sewer, with his hours being charged to sewer as he's checking sewer treatment plants every day. Talked to Aaron, I also talked to the engineer, we got some advice. Sewer treatment plants doesn't need to be checked every day. Say we need to come up with a maintenance plan where you do a weekly check on each sewer plant. Then you have items that you're gonna check there for a weekly check. Do a monthly check at the first of every month on every sewer plant. You have certain items you're gonna check every month. And then you do a yearly where you rent a truck, and you suck out all the sludge from the bottom. I would like to work with Joe Lasawa on putting together this plan. And in the meantime, work with Aaron on try to get his employee reassigned somewhere else on the days that he's not doing sewer. But he shouldn't be working sewer 5 days a week. It don't take.
So what is he checking 5 days a week all day long?
So there, he goes to each plant, pulls each pump up, unracks them, lays them down, checks the bottom for debris. They pick up shirts, Swiffer pads, flushable wipes, any feminine products, things of that sort that get caught up. He removes it if it's there. If not, he lowers them both back down, hoses them off also, and then he moves on to the next
So
plant.
he's pulling a pump that's working. He's not checking the amperage on it to see what it's drawing or anything. He's just pulling the pump regardless.
Correct, just for debris. Cause from experience, he could put that pump back in the hole and 30 minutes later, it could grab something and trip the thermal overload, which turns the pump off, and then it's gonna fill up and then start spilling out of the top. So some he gets to there is actually, they're both tripped. It is full. He pulls them both out, removes the debris, stays there until it's pumped down, and then he moves on to the next one.
We have been there when we pulled them
He's
8
doing
times
this every day,
consecutively.
all day long. So Chris, how is he gonna do this once a week and check?
It,
He's
So-
still work.
with a different,
With purchasing grinder pumps for this?
Once we complete the sewer infrastructure project, most of these problems should go away because they're way better than those little 2 horsepower BGM.
Yeah, the BGM pump is labeled as a shredder pump. It doesn't shred too much. And in turn, like I said, they get hot and trip, shuts the whole plant down. We know the problem areas. Brian could say it too. We know the spots that are trouble that we always go to, and every time you go there, it's gonna be tripped. Some spots, it could be a pull-up. He might be there for 10 minutes. In some spots, he might spend over an hour there, like waiting for it to pump back down. Because the second he untrips them, pulls debris out, puts them both back down, 10 minutes go by, he might grab something else since it's so full. So he stays there and monitors it until it gets down because
Why you wanna move them?
Why I wanna not having there every day checking them? There's no need to, these systems are not designed to be checked every day. You got private sewer systems all throughout the parish, they don't check them every day. So on the weekend, when y'all leave at 4 o'clock on a Friday till Monday morning, nobody's checking them. Nothing's going on with them. I mean, I think once a week or twice a week checking these systems is more than enough.
yeah, there's just and again, it's a spurt. Sometimes something may happen that it's rarely that he'll get called out for something, but Normally, somebody on the street starts having plumbing problems,
You gonna call?
they call,
You gonna-
and that's, you
Yeah,
know,
with a call, that's something different, yeah.
Mhm.
But I'm be honest with y'all. It done been Fridays when I done rolled down certain area where got sewer treatment plants at. And look, I don't know who worked the sewer truck, never knew who worked the sewer truck. But they sitting under a tree in a truck. They see, when they notice it me, they'll pull off. I don't know what they're doing.
Right,
Never knew what they was doing.
they know they work for you.
How many hours a week?
What happens?
It sounds like it's quite a few hours a week that they need to be doing it, that one day isn't sufficient.
So, every day is different. He might have no problems with any of them all day. Next day he might come in, one might be tripped and need attention. It's kind of a,
It's a hit and miss.
right,
That's correct.
so you're looking at twice a week. I mean, 3 times a week at the most. Cause I've done it myself, and if I go there and everyone doesn't have a problem, it maybe 3 hours.
If he's pulling a pump just to pull it for no reason, if it's running fine, he's just wasting time there.
I mean, I get what you're saying. It's just a little bit of preventive, cause look, sometimes it's running fine and you still might have a shirt or a mop head or a God knows what that might be in there. It just hadn't got to the point where it stopped the blade yet. But no, I mean, I get
He's
it.
checking the amperage on it. The amperage should tell you if they got something restricted.
Mhm.
Maybe Ron could get with him.
We've tried to train a little bit on it to understand what the amperage is doing, but we'll work on it a little
Is he
more.
understanding?
No,
Yes or
not
no?
completely.
Simple. Yes or
No,
no?
he's not understanding how
No,
to.
and then to take a person and
But we don't have the right person there, is what you said.
you have to have a person who's competent with electrical, first of all, to open a panel and start working at it. So I mean, it's not just for everybody. But the general maintenance of the pumps in the plant itself, I mean, it's just the average person can do it.
And that was the objective of the sewer infrastructure project, to increase the size of the pumps, redo the panels. That's gonna basically lower our maintenance in the entire system. Because as talking with Jeremy, there's been the same pumps that we're trying to obtain. They may go 2 to 3 years in Lafayette without ever having to pull a pump. So that was the objective for the sewer infrastructure upgrades, is to increase the size, to reduce the maintenance costs.
For right now, we can start off with, we can start off with him chilling. What he working Friday a week?
Yeah, they work 5 days.
We can start off with him going down to 3 days a week and see how it works. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Okay.
But I just think
There's
that we need,
also, Kim, salaries, fringes, all that's being pulled out of
no,
that
not
one.
the
fringes.
fringes.
He's
Just-
only employees that work sewer districts, actual work hours, that's all that's being reported there. Benefits and holidays and fringes are not being taken.
I mean, Chris, I'll be honest with you, I pulled the door, don't know how it gets in there, but screen door handles out of a sewer pump.
I understand, you're gonna have some issues sometime, but
Very
But
different.
then you'll get a call.
yeah, you're gonna have issues sometime, but I just don't think every day check of every sewer
Yeah,
plant.
if he's pulling it up every day, every pump, that's no call for that.
Right. All right, so you're gonna talk to him and see, cutting it back 3 days a week and keeping a log of which ones are clear, and so we have a good idea of what pumps.
The only other problem we have is our sewer generators do not have an auto stop flow. So if we do lose electricity and they kick on, even though the inside of the lift station is at the lower capacity to shut it off, the generator will never stop running. It will continuously run until the power comes back on, no matter what. So that's why it's not efficient. So that's one reason they were out there, because he can actually turn it off if the generator is running and the power is back on. It may not pick it up sometimes, but that generator, even if our sewer lift station goes all the way to the bottom, permitting the power is out, that generator doesn't shut off with the flow. It continuously runs around the clock, 24 hours.
But if it happened on a Friday and after you get off, you won't go till Monday. Unless somebody
It's gonna run all weekend and burn fuel all weekend long.
So if we do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, looking at pretty much the same time frame.
But checking it daily if we lose power. We might have to implement it the way, okay, if we know we lost power, let's check all the units, Chris, you know what I'm saying?
Why we don't put a float switch on it?
I've inquired about it with Arco to tie in a float switch to their panels. No, they're servicing them right now, and that was one of my things, let's put an auto shut off inside the sewer lift station so that it kills the generator on the liquid level instead of just monitoring electricity. So
We have
that's,
to get back with you on that?
no, he just asked me if they sent me a quote, no. So I'll contact, Chuck tomorrow and we'll go from there. See, there's gotta be a pretty simple tie. That's an outdoor panel.
All right, I got a recommendation before to move it to 3 day a week, work schedule for that guy.
Did you mention something about working with Joseph? There's no need to work with.
No, I would come up with a checklist. There's no fee on it, just on
Okay.
stuff that need to be checked. No, there's no fee on it.
Alright,
So those extra 2 days, you would use them as a floater somewhere else throughout the department,
Yeah, regular maintenance.
regular maintenance,
Grass,
very good.
right?
flower bed.
I see you got weeds.
Have a,
Alright,
have a motion on the floor by Mr. Carter to, transition from 5 day a week to 3 day a week. Assessment of the sewer plants. Need a
Second.
Second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Discuss funds collected in Gomesa per month and time frame to spend those funds.
Okay, so I got with Kim on this also. She explained to me like it wasn't a monthly thing that we get them in. And we get them every year around November.
November 1st.
And then explain about the kind of time frame, Kim.
Okay, so, basically, if y'all remember way back when we issued the bonds, we issued the bonds in June of 2021. So technically, we had 3 years to spend the money. We are beyond 3 years of spending the money. So that does not mean they're coming back looking for the money. However, there are fees and administrative costs and things associated with this bond issue. So I've been advised that every 5 years, you have to go through an arbitrary, yeah, that. Anyway, basically what it means is they're gonna evaluate the rate that the bonds were issued on, which we were issued at 3.87. And then they're gonna look at the rate that you're earning interest in the account where it is, where our funds are held at Hancock Bank. And they're gonna look at that at the end of 5 years, and they're gonna see if you've received more than what you paid, because the law doesn't allow that. Our interest rate on the bond issue is 3.87. We're earning 5% at the bank. So that means our excess funds that Chris is referring to that we get November 1st of each year is that excess interest, which is not allowable. So this, I gotta get the name of it right. The arbitrage rebate compliance is required every 5 years, and they do the research and they look, not the research, but they do the review and they look at those rates and they determine what you have over collected. And then we are responsible to pay that money back to the IRS. Okay, so as of now, we know we've earned 5% for the last 3 years, which is why the overage that Chris referenced in November of 2023 was $342,000. We received that overage. That overage has been put in our account into the non-bond funding, and we have fully committed all those funds. Okay. So when we get the November 1st, 2024, we're gonna probably get, we assume another 300 somewhat dollars. We can't recommit those funds to usage because now we have to do this arbitrage rebate compliance. It's a fee that's associated with it that they go through the whole process. I reached out, the bond company gave me a company. We had a conference call with them today. The cost is $5,100, which is $1,350 for year 1 and 2, $800 for years 3, 4, and 5. Basically what they're looking at, what have you spent? What are you earning in the bank? We haven't spent much. It's all sitting in the bank. Okay, so I'm very concerned about what we're gonna owe to the IRS. So by doing this compliance review early, rather than at the 5-year mark, it'll give us an idea of what we're gonna have to be prepared to pay back. Okay, This has to be done every 5 years.
Just don't spend it. Once it comes in, put it on.
Well,
side.
that's what I'm,
Don't
that's,
spend it.
that's the point, because I know Chris was asking about the excess funds, and we were
Don't take it
all
from me,
aware of
Bobby.
that, and I know we were thinking, well, we can spend that. I think we need to save that for this.
Save it.
So,
Put it on the side.
so.
And that still ain't solving the problem. The problem is we need to start spending this Go Mason
We
money.
have to spend this money, because every single year, in addition to the audit fees, every single year, if we 5 more years down the road and we still haven't spent all this money, we have to go through this review again. The purpose is to spend the money. They don't want you to issue, you're issuing low interest rate bonds to get projects done. They don't
We're
want.
trying to spend the money, permits and state is holding us up. The federal government is holding us
That's
up.
right,
on spending the
but there's
money.
rules, but I
Turn
mean,
me
look.
loose and let me see, I can spend. the
Well,
money.
you can go to jail, Jamie. I'm not going to jail. We already have one audit finding because a Tacopah wasn't properly procured. We are well aware. We've had enough discussion at this board for months. Y'all argued with Melissa and I because y'all didn't like the message. And it came back to, this is what we have to do. Instead of arguing about what we have to do, we need to just do it. Now we're with South Central Planning and we seem to be having the same argument again. We're wasting time.
I don't think that's true. We're not having the same argument.
Well, we starting the same discussions again. Why is a cost analysis necessary? The cost
No.
analysis is necessary because it's a federal program.
Mr. Gordon could probably speak to that later, but I had a discussion with her. I think there was a misunderstanding of what he thought the cost analysis was versus what it actually is.
Right, we may be
What we were
moving
asking.
forward with it, but we spent a week on that.
Let me
already.
clear this up, all right? This is Pat Gordon, South Central Planning. You know, I was requested to do a cost analysis of 2 projects. And in getting into the weeds of this thing, it's more of a cost reasonableness. And I have contacted the federal government on this, and we know what we need to do now. I just think that it was interpreted incorrectly. I don't think these mics work.
No,
They don't, they don't.
Oh, because when I was in the back, all I heard was cost analysis. And I was
Right.
going, okay, well, but I think we're on board now.
Right, we're on board now, but again, we're spinning our wheels repetitively
But
on the same
again,
discussion.
let me explain something too, though.
I'm not talking about just with
I
your
know, but Go
situation.
Mesa really doesn't give you very good direction. Nothing like LCDBG or LWI, you know, with the state Louisiana Watershed Initiative. Go Mesa is kind of out there. They just say follow federal guidelines. Well, which federal guidelines? I mean, not all the federal guidelines are the same. So I just want to let
They
you know
were
that.
cart before the horse on this. They
Yes,
gave
ma'am.
out all the money and they had no regs and regulations for us to follow.
I agree. Thank you.
So needless to say, Chris is right. We got to, the projects we have, we've got to do what we got to do to keep moving forward to spend this money. That's going to reduce our fees in the long term for this.
So what we got out there shovel ready? What's out there shovel ready that needs to go?
I got Jolamar shovel ready under budget. But I think what we need to start looking at getting the projects ready to go, projects that are ready to go. Allocate the funds to those projects so we can start getting this money. We've been sitting on this money for a long time. And we need to start getting rid of it.
There's a lot of projects that have been hung up in permitting for over 2 years.
And that's the problem. And guess what? Some of them gonna be hung up for another 2 years.
How much the
They may
project
be.
gonna cost the jury?
That's what she's
That's the
saying.
point.
Yeah,
If
We keep
if we're
lingering
holding
and
money,
waiting on permits.
yeah, that don't make sense.
Look, I'm telling y'all right now, we ain't going down this road. I'm telling y'all,
Just-
Well,
we ain't traveling down this
Jamie, I know
road.
you don't like to go down this road, but
Chris,
guess what? When you start talking about wetlands, you can be caught up in litigation for a long time. A long time.
We ain't traveling down this road.
Well, I
So-
mean, we're a jury and we.
So we as a jury has been allocated funds in a time period to be able to have projects gone, construction shovel ready. And now we're gonna be paying back money?
No, you're paying back the interest that
The
was
excess
collected
interest that we
over
earned.
what your bond rate was.
Excess interest
You're
earned.
not paying back.
We are
extra money.
collecting.
We collected the excess money that we collected. We should have
Paying
never
like
collected
2%.
that. They're saying.
What it is our,
Plus we gotta pay for that, for that.
the money is being held in a
$5,000.
variable interest rate
But we
account.
gotta pay for the
I
audit.
understand that.
With the economy
$20,000.
as it is now, we're collecting more in interest than what the bond rate was.
Okay. I
They don't
understand.
allow that to happen. So whatever you collect in excess of the bond rate, has to be turned back over.
Which is why we had an excess. Had we not had a, if the interest rates would have been here, there would have been no excess.
Right.
There
Whenever
was
it
an
was set up,
excess.
the interest rates were much lower.
Right, correct.
But we also have some other fees. We got the $5,100, and then we got the occur. We got the audit fee for $23,000 that we got to pay.
The $5,100 fee is gonna cover us for 5 years. So that gives us 2 more years to get these projects done. Realistically, I don't see it happen. So we're gonna have to have another arbitrage compliance review at some point.
How about we go to Washington next month? We need to,
We're not the only parish dealing
no,
with
we
this.
need,
though.
we need
So
to.
don't touch the money.
Don't
touch the
That
money.
excess money, don't touch it.
But we still need to.
But we still
start
we gotta
spending
we
this-
gotta start
Yeah, so we
moving.
get our projects.
Like, you know,
We
what
gotta start
projects?
getting we gotta start getting our projects done. My suggestion is, when you get your project ready, engineered, you use the funds. and
You're
get it
just
done.
saying that because of Joe Lamar. That's what, the only reason.
I'm
you're
saying it
that.
because of Joe Lamar, and I'm saying that I know for sure, what you dealing with the wetlands, Jamie, y'all gonna be at least another 2 years or
Yeah,
more.
but Joe Lamar's not ready to go either. We over budget by
It's-
1.4
that's-
million dollars.
The project is ready to go, but we don't have the money for it.
Right, well, we can't go out for bid then. You
Well,
can't go out
no,
for bid without the money.
Kim, I understand that. That's what I'm saying is, this money that we got sitting there on these other projects and not ready to go,
But the project's already in progress. They have been started.
they have been started, but you know for a fact, Leroy, that some of these projects gonna be sitting here for another 2 years.
And that was fine whenever we got the bond. We knew that as long as the projects were started before, by the time we needed to start them, it was gonna take some time to complete them.
So
I
because,
know, look, the Louisiana Watershed Initiative just issued by St. Vincent. They expect that project to take 5 years.
okay,
It's a $9 million project. It's gonna take 5 years. It takes time to get through all of this permitting process.
but at the same time, we're gonna be spending money, we already complained about money, but we're gonna be spending money because we're not moving this money right here.
We just pull it from the recreation. We just cut out recreation then.
Yeah, cut out recreation.
No,
So, again, we don't have to move on this arbitrage rebate compliance now. We're just right at year 3. But it'll give us an idea. So what, do you all want to move on it now and get them to start early in the review? Or do we want to wait closer to the 5 years and we just know to set aside that excess money? For sure.
So that's.
I say we wait to set aside what
What
we know we're getting.
Okay, okay.
It's not yours.
you do a motion to that or?
Yeah, please.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor? Opposed?
Me.
Motion carried. Discuss jail nurse position.
Okay, talking numbers again. So, I think we all have visited this more than once. So I don't need an in-depth discussion. You do all have handouts in your packet that, shows the ratio of parish and state inmates. I did have communication with the sheriff. He was supposed to make it, he's not here yet, but, he did, say that he was going to contribute to the outside contract if we went that route, $1,000 per month to handle the state prisoners that would still be utilizing that service. So that's $12,000 per year. So if you look at this evaluation form, you'll see what we currently had a full year of 2023 of our cost, and then proposed for 2025 with an outside contractor and then with the nurses as employees for the police jury. And you'll have the numbers in front of you. We just need to make a decision. Are we going to move forward with this outside contractor or stay as is and employ nurses for the parish?
Outside contractor, but they're bringing 299.3 versus 305. If we go in-house, it costs us another $51,000. Minus the 12.
No, he's not going to pay $12,000
But you're not
Oh,
gonna pay
you're
them.
gonna do it.
only on a contract.
So
He's
with
not going to pay
outside
it if we employ,
contract,
because
you-
we shouldn't see state prisoners, I would assume.
so with outside contract, you can take 12 off that 300.
It's already off. It's on the spreadsheet.
I see, I'm sorry.
It's already off.
This is November.
We have to understand that we can't wait till the last minute, because if we go with this outside contractor, they have to staff for this parish. So then they have to do their hires to be able to staff this contract. They don't have people sitting, waiting for a contract to come.
So it costs us actually $50,000 to do in-house.
I think there's a whole lot more than just that $50,000 estimate that you're looking at. It's gonna cost a whole lot more, and I'm gonna be quite honest, I'm very, very anxious about having, 2 nurses under our jurisdiction. We're not medical
I'll
professionals.
put a motion out on the floor that we go ahead with the outside contract.
Before you go there, I just want to make sure there's some costs that you have, under the annual costs that are the same for both proposed and current. Beginning at the 44,230.
Mhm. Because the meds are not gonna change. It may not be to that vendor, that provider, but we're still gonna have subscription medications with the outside contractor. The outside contractor, however, does pay you a 20,000 aggregate towards your expenses, so you'll see that at the top reduced.
All right.
And again, those numbers are only based on what we spent in 2023, because that was a full year. You know, I don't know, I don't have a full year's worth of what we're gonna spend for 2024. And then we also had some discussion about whether we would continue with, medical, South Central Human Services. And I did inquire, and that is medical evaluations as far as psychiatric and whatnot. That would be another $22,000 added to the contract to allow them to handle it. But that would be $6,000 additional to what we paid in 2023. So I didn't include that as an option.
If we do it in-house, would the nurse be our employee?
Yes,
Yep.
jails, the sheriff is done.
You know, it's been like that, right?
No, nurse is currently a sheriff's employee.
Good, I'm Keith Landry. I've been jail doctor for the parish at the jail since 2012. And before you change the whole way things operate, I think it's fair for you to understand how things operate right now. When we first took over the jail, the prescription costs were tremendous. And we've reduced those expenditures for the last 12 years by about 75% since 2012. The other issue we had when we first took over the jail was ER visits. And with an ER visit, you have the expense of the actual visit, you have the expense of transportation, plus you have the flight risk, the risk of contraband. So to address that, as well as outside clinic visits, myself and Dr. Bolat, who works with me in the jail, came up with a plan where we had a local nurse, Franny, with us, who's retiring, obviously. And we developed a system where we're in constant contact with her. We're available 24/7. We go to the jail as needed. We see about 10 to 15% of the population each week and field phone calls during the day, reviewing medicines and working directly with the nurse. My point of all this is that, you know, I believe over the past 12 years since we've served in that capacity, we've saved the jury tremendous amount of money by changing the way that the medical system operated over there with a strong nurse and with physicians who were involved, actually going to the jail so that patients, the inmates, did not have to leave. ER visits are way, way down, as well as prescriptions. And that includes working with our local pharmacists. So that's a little bit about how things work right now. I mean, you guys got to do what you got to do. I certainly understand that, but realize that the system you had in place, you know, it's not broken. I think it's working well for you. And in the big picture of things, saves you money that you don't see.
I understand what you're saying. I guess the main problem that we have is we can't maintain the same system that we have. And the troublesome part comes as having the employees to the jury. Now with, additional burden of supervising on those employees, it's just having two more employees here. Then the long-term benefits for those employees, retirement, so forth, is gonna fall back on the jury. So that's another, really, that's a cost that's not considered in the proposal here. It's not like the jury is wanting to change what we're doing. We're
Right,
forced
well,
to
I just
having to
want
make
you
a
to
choice.
understand, how it works now and how I think it's effective for you. And, you need to look at the big picture. And I guess you can reassess that down the road if you go a different path, so.
Well, Dr. Landry's absolutely right, but from my understanding, like a lot of those things that were done are gonna continue. They're not gonna be going to outside clinics. The doctors and the nurses will still be in the facility, seeing the inmates there. So that's gonna still continue. And the only big difference is that the scripts are gonna be from a wholesale market, so they are pretty much guaranteeing that they're gonna be less than what we pay in current.
You recall what the termination period was on the contract if we went with an outside vendor?
We had to get 30-day
With
notice.
30-day notice?
30-day written notice.
So if we see that, if we go this route with the contractor and we see that we don't have the cost savings to the budget, we're gonna have to reevaluate it. We can't just pull a blind eye to it. So, that's something, it's not like once we make this change, we can't ever go back.
Right.
Dr. Langell, I'd like to say thank y'all for your service for all the years. Just right now it's financial. With us having to take on the retirement of these employees and the benefits and all that, it would be a real big cost to the jury.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Alcorn has a motion on the floor that, we elect to, just negotiate the contract with the outside contractor, for the 2025, jail nurse position.
Do we wanna, make it effective November 1st or December? Oh, no, we gotta do November 1st.
You gotta
Spring
get
is
it
leaving
going as soon as
December,
possible,
November
and
1st.
so that they can get in a rhythm.
Yeah, November.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Alcorn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carried. Request approval for 3 employees to attend the 2024 ACAP Winter Conference, September 9th through 12th, 2024, at a total cost of $2,372.26.
Yes, I put that on the agenda to, go to the ACAP Winter Conference for Latasha and I to go for 3 days. And that's the cost for the hotel, registration and food, and for Kim to attend 1 day, and that's registration, hotel, and food.
Hey, Charles?
Motion.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Alcorn,
Second.
second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Item 10, approve amended budgets for 2024.
Motion.
All right. General fund total revenues, $2,496,148. Total expenditures, $2,730,543. Transfers in, $44,411. Transfers out, $756,071. Beginning fund balance, $2,140,906. Ending fund balance, $1,194,851. 1% sales tax, total revenues, $3,612,000. Total expenditures, $1,972,460. Transfers out, $1,008,854. Beginning fund balance, $5,509,875. Ending fund balance, $6,140,561. That's extremely well. Sales tax was really up last year and sales tax is really up this year. So we're obviously on an incline and just be aware that it's gonna dip back at some point.
Transfer some of that money.
I wish I could. That's why there's as many expenditures that we can,
You have good.
we put into 1%. Which is why we made a lot of those salary changes as well. Road and Bridge, total revenues, $218,869. Total expenditures, $1,267,239. Transfers in, $994,400. Beginning fund balance, $1,637,782. Ending fund balance, $1,583,812. Off-duty officer fund, total revenues, $34,530. Total expenditures, $10,038. Transfers out, $25,000. Beginning fund balance, $20,583. Ending fund balance, $20,075. Criminal court fund, total revenues, $207,277. Total expenditures, $328,289. Transfers in, $135,000. Transfers out, $6,995. Beginning fund balance, $1. Ending fund balance, $6,994. Library fund, total revenues, $1,306,551. Total expenditures, $1,036,165. Beginning fund balance, $3,370,735. Ending fund balance, $3,641,121. Road Lighting District, total revenues, $144,073. Total expenditures, $80,233. Beginning fund balance, $1,057,012. Ending fund balance, $1,120,852. Consolidated Road Lighting number one, total revenues, $90,574. Total expenditures, $57,361. Beginning fund balance, $402,942. Ending fund balance, $436,155. OEP federal grants, total revenues, $1,156,240. Total expenditures, $2,373,893. Transfers in, $477,217. Transfers out, $92,689. Beginning fund balance, $2,985,019. Ending fund balance, $2,151,894. Office of Emergency Preparedness, total revenues, $838,394. Total expenditures, $1,064,258. Transfers in, $215,000. Beginning fund balance, $37,976. Ending fund balance, $27,112. 0.5% sales tax, which is the road fund, total revenues, $1,697,466. Total expenditures, $2,596,812. Transfers out, $75,000. Beginning fund balance, $3,617,718. Ending fund balance, $2,643,372. 0.25% sales tax, which is drainage, total revenues, $858,400. Total expenditures, $1,425,440. Transfers out, $4,875. Beginning fund balance, $1,767,614. Ending fund balance, $1,195,699. 911 communications, total revenues, $220,246. Total expenditures, $309,298. Beginning fund balance, $486,943. Ending fund balance, $397,891. Consolidated Fire District, Peelport Bell River, total revenues, $294,802. Total expenditures, $293,802. Transfers out, $1,000. Beginning fund balance, $229,853. Ending fund balance, $229,853. Consolidated Fire District, Pankerville, total revenues, $295,269. Total expenditures, $294,269. Transfers out, $1,000. Beginning and ending fund balance, $229,837. Consolidated Fire District, Napoleonville, total revenues, $262,094. Total expenditures, $261,094. Total transfers out, $1,000. Beginning and ending fund balance, $202,962. Consolidated Fire District Via Lewis, total revenues, $163,955. Total expenditures, $162,955. Transfers out, $1,000. Beginning and ending fund balance, $122,250. Council on Aging, total revenues, $2,093,841. Total expenditures, $1,142,694. Beginning fund balance, $835,566. Ending fund balance, $1,786,713. Consolidated Fire District, Laverdale, total revenues, $381,347. Total expenditures, $380,347. Transfers out, $1,000. Beginning and ending fund balance, $163,732. Public Buildings Fund, total revenues, $325,417. Total expenditures, $464,262. Beginning fund balance, $1,165,016. Ending fund balance, $1,026,171. Louisiana Cooperative Extension, total revenues, $226,250. Total expenditures, $290,115. Beginning fund balance, $1,067,072. Ending fund balance, $1,003,207. Library Board Funds, total revenues, $17,901. Total expenditures, $7,465. Beginning fund balance, $42,237. Ending fund balance, $52,673. Lower Bell River Drainage District number 12, total revenues, $1,685. Total expenditures, $1,258. Beginning fund balance, $11,340. Ending fund balance, $11,767. Laverdale Drainage District number 3, total revenues, $2,086. Total expenditures, $243. Beginning fund balance, $27,929. Ending fund balance, $29,772. Murray Drainage District, total revenues, $21. Total expenditures, $5. Beginning fund balance, $11,639. Ending fund balance, $11,655. Part-Time Drainage District, total revenues, $46. Total expenditures, $5. Beginning fund balance, $25,604. Ending fund balance, $25,645. Landry Subdivision Drainage District number 7, total revenues, $22,413. Total expenditures, $20,079. Beginning fund balance, $31,958. Ending fund balance, $34,292. Oak Ridge Subdivision Drainage District number 8, total revenues, $5,607. Total expenditures, $8,432. Beginning fund balance, $23,752. Ending fund balance, $20,927. Northwest Side LA 70 District number 9, total revenues, $5,992. Total expenditures, $9,056. Beginning fund balance, $10,310. Ending fund balance, $7,246. Knott's Gravity Drainage District number 11, total revenues, $2,070.84. Total expenditures, $5,067. Beginning fund balance, $20,798. Ending fund balance, $18,515. LA 70 to Lee Drive number 14, total revenues, $8,756. Total expenditures, $4,385. Beginning fund balance, $38,643. Ending fund balance, $43,014. Gulfport Bell River Rec District Veterans Park, total revenue, $729,441. Total expenditures, $625,587. Transfers in, $99,173. Transfers out, $294,511. Beginning fund balance, $387,244. Ending fund balance, $295,760. Assumption Gravity Drainage District number 2, total revenues, $445. Total expenditures, $1,245. Beginning fund balance, $246,468. Ending fund balance, $245,668. Assumption Gravity Drainage District number 5, Pottonville District, total revenues, $633. Total expenditures, $332. Transfers in, $4,875. Beginning fund balance, $41,145. Ending fund balance, $46,321. Bertrandville Rec District, total revenues, $4. Total expenditures, $15. Beginning fund balance, $2,457. Ending fund balance, $2,446. Bayou Park North Drainage District, total revenues, $653. Total expenditures, $765. Beginning fund balance, $2,158. Ending fund balance, $2,046. Capart Settlement District, total revenues, $1,219. Total expenditures, $1,845. Beginning fund balance, $4,048. Ending fund balance, $3,422. Go Mesa 2021 bonds, total revenues, $382,723. Total expenditures, $3,754,935. Transfers in, $106,219. Transfers out, $1,313,440. Beginning fund balance, $7,590,955. Ending fund balance, $3,011,522. Lower Texas Drainage District, total revenues, $4,952. Total expenditures, $1,994. Beginning fund balance, $18,970. Ending fund balance, $21,928. Ward 1 Recreation District, total revenues, $22,581. Total expenditures, $26,649. Beginning fund balance, $17,731. Ending fund balance, $13,663. Opioid abatement, total revenues, $71,396. Expenditures at zero. Beginning fund balance, $158,149. Ending fund balance, $229,545. Bayou Lewis Gravity Drainage District, total revenues, $73,200. Total expenditures, $90,289. Beginning fund balance, $142,480. Ending fund balance, $125,391. Bayou Lewis Recreation District Number 1, total revenues, $215,804. Total expenditures, $315,140. Beginning fund balance, $512,474. Ending fund balance, $413,138. Kelpart Bell River Recreation Bond Sinking Fund, total revenue $74. Total expenditures $99,175. Transfers in of $99,175. Beginning fund balance $82. Ending fund balance $156. Solid waste, total revenues $2,624,696. Total expenditures $2,734,609. Beginning fund balance $370,391. Ending fund balance $264,914. With the enterprise adjustments, the ending fund balance is $266,795. OEP Special Industry Fund, total revenues $103,529. Total expenditures $89,510. Beginning fund balance $96,051. Ending fund balance $135,242. With the enterprise fund adjustments, ending fund balance $431,385. Mosquito abatement, total revenues $259,935. Total expenditures $274,023. Beginning fund balance $221,376. Ending fund balance $193,661. With the enterprise adjustments, the ending fund balance is $360,021. Consolidated Sewer District, total revenues $114,214. Total expenditures $240,495. Transfers in of $75,000. Beginning fund balance $88,200. Ending fund balance $36,919. Kelpart Bell River Recreation Bond Construction Fund. This is a project budget. Total revenues $2,877. Total expenditures $189,045. Bond proceeds of $1 million. Transfers out $813,832. Beginning and ending fund balance $0. Community Development Fund, total revenues $3,367. Total expenditures $362,744. Transfers in $361,412. Beginning fund balance $18,187. Ending fund balance $20,222. Energy Assistance Program, total revenues $192,256. Total expenditures $192,256. Beginning and ending fund balance $0. Emergency Food and Shelter, total revenues $8,398. Expenditures the same. Beginning and ending fund balance $0. Section 8 Housing, total revenues $670,661. Total expenditures $674,818. Beginning fund balance $49,742. Ending fund balance $45,585. CDBG DRP, CDBG MIT LWI Conscient Canal. Total revenues $3,705,587. Expenditures the same. Beginning and ending fund balance $0. CDBG Disaster Recovery Program Bayou St. Vincent. Total revenues $9,080,000. Expenditures the same. Beginning and ending fund balance $0. Capital outlay, repaving of Lee Drive, total revenues $25,000, expenditures the same, beginning and ending fund balance zero. Capital outlay, Pottenville drainage, total revenues $1,863,167, expenditures $2,532,723. Transfers in $669,556, beginning and ending fund balance zero. Capital outlay, Assumption Parish pumps and drainage, total revenues $467,400, expenditures $634,167, transfers in $166,167, beginning and ending fund balance zero. Capital outlay, Shell Beach boat launch, total revenues $627,500, total expenditures $666,667, transfers in $39,167, beginning and ending fund balance is zero. Community Services Block Grant, total revenues $76,610, total expenditures same, beginning and ending fund balance zero. Community Action Agency Advisory Board, beginning and ending fund balance $14. Line item appropriation, fire hydrants, total revenues $276,662, expenditures the same, beginning and ending fund balance zero. LAGAP, Community Water Enrichment Fund, the raw water intake. Total revenues, $125,000, expenditures the same, beginning and ending fund balance zero. LAGAP Courthouse renovations, total revenues, $100,000, expenditures the same, beginning and ending fund balance zero. Low Income Water Assistance Program, total revenues, $10,227, total expenditures the same, beginning and ending fund balance zero. Land and Water Conservation Fund, total revenues, $1 million, total expenditures, $1,841,500, transfers in $841,500, beginning and ending fund balance zero. American Rescue Act, the project budget, total revenues, $4,252,070, expenditures, $341,288, transfers out $3,910,782, beginning and ending fund balance zero. American Rescue Act Water Sector Program, total revenues $2,622,520, total expenditures $6,533,302, transfers in $3,910,782, beginning and ending fund balance zero. Line item appropriation, repaving of Lee Drive, total revenues, $1 million, expenditures the same, beginning and ending fund balance zero. Line item appropriation, Gilbert to Patty Park rehab, total revenues, $600,000, expenditures the same, beginning and ending fund balance zero.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I do present these budgets to you for your approval.
Motion to approve the amended budgets.
Motion by Mr. Nakane to approve the amended budgets as read. Second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion adjourned by Mr. Nakane, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. All yours, Mike.
5:21, we'll get the Personnel Committee meeting started. All members are present. Item number 1, request approval to the changes of the personnel manual as presented.
Yes, you see those handouts that are in the packet. Let's see. Basically, it was to add June 19th, that's Juneteenth Day, to the holiday schedule. And then if you flip to the next page, under the employee evaluation section, it refers to the evaluation form being on page 102 of this manual. I want to change that to reflect to the rear of this manual because that page number changes all the time. More housekeeping than anything.
Motion to approve the recommended changes.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Nakane, second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed. Item number 2, request approval to add animal control job description to the organizational structural manual.
Yes, this is a position that we created quite some time back and we just never had an actual legitimate job description for it. So I worked with Aaron, who worked with the animal control officer, and this is what we are presenting to you to go ahead and incorporate into our organizational structure manual.
So
Motion by James,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed. Item number 3, consider recommendations from parish manager relative to personnel changes.
Do we need to go into, motion to go into executive
Do
session?
we need to?
I mean, I would recommend it, Mr. Walter.
Yeah, motion.
Motion by Mr. Nakane, second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Regular session.
Motion by Mr. Lansing to re-enter. Second by Mr. Carter, all in favor? Aye. Any nays?
Make a motion that we accept the recommendations from the parish manager relative to personnel changes effective this Friday.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard. Second by Mr. Carter, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed.
Motion adjourned?
Now we got one
We
more.
got one more.
Yeah, one more, I say.
Item number 4, request approval for the parish manager to hire Kevin Burgess, maintenance worker, grade 4, step 13, 15 hours, $9 an hour, road and bridge.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Knox, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed.
One is that motion.
Motion
Motion adjourned by Mr. Knox, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Meeting adjourned.
Ready to get started, Road and Bridge Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. 3 items on the agenda. Number 1, discuss Cajun Street, Mr. Myron III.
Yeah, I got Kaden Street on the agenda. If you look on your last page, they got a garbage can all the way on the left, mailbox all the way on the right side of the page. You see how that road makes a turn? We have a lot of people live in the Oaks, Michelle Street, Rebecca. A lot of people live right there. They gotta come to this little corner right here. It's only 12 feet wide. I like to get a survey. I think that mailbox and that part of the white fences on the property line is on our right of way. I like to get a survey and correct that little area right there. That'll be 12 feet, put it normal 16 feet, whatever it has to be. I like to get a survey and see what it costs to get it fixed. But everybody lives in the Oaks, everybody lives in the back. Michelle Road and all that, gotta come right there, and they both can't meet at the same time. They're only 12 foot wide. So I think the reason for that, at one time, there was an old road back then, they probably had like a oak tree or something there. That's probably why they made it around the oak tree, and the oak tree's not there no more. The road stayed like it was.
They did, they had an old tree on the
Yeah,
corner.
that oak tree in the corner, so I like to get a survey, that little spot, make sure it's ours, and see what it costs to correct that little spot.
You have any recommendations on who could do the survey? And let's get a cost on it first and see exactly where we're gonna pull the funds from.
I like the, I don't know,
GIS, get GIS.
GIS. All right.
Okay, gotta entertain a motion.
Motion and get GIS, to make a survey on this.
No, he needs to come back with a
Cost
price,
estimate.
but you gotta come back with a price first.
Okay,
So I got a motion on the floor to ask GIS engineering to bring a quote back on surveying Cajun Street in Ward 9. I got a second by Mr. Ponder. Got a motion by Mr. McClure, second by Mr. Ponder. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 2,
and number 2, I have that again on the agenda, it was blacktop, now it's back to shell, they started putting shells in it, blacktop is eating away. I like to get GIS to get, somebody to give me a pre-estimate cost, see what it costs to repair that road. You know, if it comes in too high, we would just, it's not on there, you don't have
you wanna get 3 quotes to see how much it would take to,
to blacktop, Cypress Street.
So what are you saying? They went,
It was blacktop, they started putting, coat,
I don't
they
have
started
that.
putting blacktop and stuff like that in it. That's the old, well, you see a patch out right there? The patch now is
I
gravel.
don't have.
No, we had a handout he gave.
You only got one? No, I only have.
We
this.
had a handout month, it's still.
Yeah, that was,
months.
yeah.
Yeah,
This one was just.
but Aaron, you,
It's
right,
in-
Aaron,
It's
y'all
in,
started putting,
Bell River in the subdivision.
yeah, y'all started putting limestone in the holes because of the blacktop. So I like to get a cost estimate, see what it costs to get a blacktop. New prices
for patching?
for patching. It's bad, guys. Like I say, it was blacktop, now it's going to gravel.
Myron, don't they have a water leak there?
No. But that's in the over, something I got 1 week on a road.
So you want Road and Bridge to go ahead and get your 3 quotes?
Yes.
Request approval for the parish manager to
Yeah,
obtain 3
Three
quotes
quotes to, see what it costs to repair that
for
road.
Cypress Street, Ward 9.
Yes.
You got a motion on the floor, can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Palmville, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, ayes have
That's
it.
from a contractor, correct?
Huh?
Who we get this from, contractor?
You doing patching, right?
You can go look at it,
He
get
said
somebody to look at it, see what
repair
it costs to get.
Repair and overlay?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
whatever,
about to say, yes.
whatever the best way to do it. Choose the best one.
You're gonna look at patching now and overlay on the next
Yeah.
overlay program.
Yeah.
That's what I would do, patch it
Yeah.
now, and then in twenty-five, we hopefully we'll be prepared for
And then-
26 overlay.
Not part of this program, though.
No, indeed, no.
No.
All right, so, we gonna vote?
Yes.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Last item, request approval for application quantity and placements of speed bumps on Barbier Lane, Ward 1.
Good afternoon. I had one application submitted that, was, qualified for speed bumps, and they had the appropriate signatures and signs in place. I recommend we move the 2 speed bumps down Barbier Lane.
Just looking, it's hard to tell, how many residents live past speed bump 2?
Got about 3 or 4 of them.
I mean, there's more, but they addressed off of,
Reshape?
yes.
Yeah, that's off the reshape.
So they access their house from
Some
this
of
street?
them,
A lot of them
This
have a
is what
double
they
drive.
sold.
Okay.
Yeah.
and also reshape lane, wanna get some too, but they had to get the Charles
Yeah. They
place
give us
signs and
first,
all
so they
that
gotta
stuff,
wait
so they'll
6
be coming
months.
down.
Motion to approve.
I think they should.
I got a motion,
Ran
by Mr. Blanchard, can I get a second?
that.
Second by Mr. Bro, all in favor?
Mm.
All opposed, ayes have it, motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Palmville, second by Mr. Blanchard. Motion, huh?
We wanted to talk about the other.
The budget?
Yeah.
All right, real quickly, just an update on the budget of the speed bump program, where we are.
So where we are right now is, we allocate 100,000 every year. Just materials, we barely put down any bumps so far this year just because of staffing and heat. We had $73,700 expended out of our 1,000 allotted, mostly, like I said, for material bumps and hardware. I know they had, me and Mr. Ron talked about it, there was a $12,000 withheld from the road overlay program in 2022. And he was talking about possibly putting that money back in the budget so we can we have 34 speed bumps out there right now we have to install.
Yeah, I mean, again, just to echo Justin, on the last, road overlay program, the contractor, did not reinstall speed bumps that was picked up off of roads that were overlaid. It was $15,000 that were held, 3,000 for property damage and 12,000 for not installing the speed bumps. I am, aware that those 12,000 have been allocated to our existing road program that is going on now. I will get with Mr. Sabwa and look at where we are with the budget. And, if things look good, when we are still within budget with the program now, I would ask that those $12,000 be reallocated back to the speed bump program. And in the fall, when the weather gets cool, we can go ahead. I think we got like 10 or 12 streets that's been on the list now for speed bumps to get placed. I mean, to get installed, 10 streets to get installed.
34 speed bumps.
34 speed bumps, so it's hot right now, so maybe in the fall, when things slow down, maybe we can do that, but if we're still under budget with the road overlay program, I want to allocate that money back, because that's what it was not paid for on the last program, because speed bumps were not, reinstalled back.
How much was spent that in a year on that?
100,000. Last year was the first year we actually spent the full amount. I can't tell you before that.
$100,000 we could save a year.
No, we're not saving nothing, because you're still getting speed bumps.
Process, for you to send out, or how much would it cost for you to send out a crew to install these speed bumps? Or Paul, maybe you can answer that.
Put the budget together.
So I was about to say, now, I did one for overtime. I recommended no less than 3 people. Those
Right.
Hilti drills are really humble you through the asphalt. Right now, looking at, with 4 people, it'd be $1,100 a day on overtime. Now,
How many they installing per day?
4 to 5.
so that's what I was about to say, the most I've ever done personally working there is 5 on the street.
5 different sections.
Yeah, 5 speed bumps themselves, yeah.
The
So
speed
James-
bumps are separate.
So
but
they
talking about
installed,
5 different sections.
Correct.
Yeah.
they installed 4 this
60
year.
holes. You gotta do 300 holes, 5 speed bumps.
And it also goes how wide that street is. You have some streets that are narrow, which takes more of the speed bumps, some are shorter. But based off, I got a cost analysis from Aaron. If we were to move in that direction, using three workers on a Friday, paying them overtime with the salaries and the fringes, we will be under that $12,000 threshold. We should be able to complete all the 10 streets, the 34 bumps. Based off, the
That's
numbers.
including the remaining 26,000 that we still have.
If needed.
26 plus 12.
26 plus 12. But we're not gonna move forward with that until I get some sharper numbers from Mr. Sabwa where we are with the current road program.
So what we talked about is basically after the night, not approving anymore, so we can install what we have and then pick it up again next year.
That's fine
Good
too.
idea.
I'm good with that too. Great idea. I'm good with that too.
And next year we need to look at the budget.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
34
adjourn.
bumps
We
you
did
got.
adjourn.
38
Yeah, we adjourned already. We just
Yeah,
having
I don't know what that
conversation, y'all.
was.
All right,
Just
we're
having
moving on.
conversation.
Engineering Grants Committee meeting.
Thank you, Justin.
5:57, record reflect all members are present. First item, update from GIS Engineering. Mr. Lusky.
Good afternoon, jury. Dave Lusky, GIS Engineering. The first item on the agenda is the pamphlet for DC fly-in. And right now, we have dropped off some of the projects last meeting. I need to circle back with you guys, our point of contact. Can we establish that point of contact? You or who would y'all like me to talk to in order to get the list of projects or to decide? So right now, the list of projects, watershed plan, master plan. The number 1 was Bayou Napoleon, Baker Canal, which Baker Canal has been put in through Lower Delta as part of a PIFRA process, working with NRCS, but it's a 5-year program. It's a lengthy time frame. So, but that one has had attention to it.
Is it worth it to wait 5 years?
It can,
Is it?
if something else comes through, if other funding comes through, you can stop the PIFRA process if funding would become available elsewhere.
The funding of that
supplement.
project is through USDA. There's no other way to get that funding except through this process.
So in that I talked to Mr. Jerry Davenport today and we're playing phone tag. With that process, the 3 are in the cycle now, and there's 3 more by the end of the fiscal year. I want to say September 1st. So after that happens, the next 3 going in would be one of this project. And it says drainage to Lake Desalmens. So it crosses 4 parishes, being from Lafourche, St. James, Piece of Ascension, and into Assumption. So that particular piece, all the tributaries inside that east side of Assumption, all the way down to Body Sugar into Lake Desalmens.
The bulk of the effort there is outside of Assumption Parish.
Okay.
So
What we could capitalize on. Basically.
It would
we're
be
just
part
gonna
of the
push
project.
for the USDA funding for those projects.
And it would, the sponsor would be Lower Delta Solid Water Conservation Service.
Which is good. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of water drains to the base.
Correct,
Absolutely.
correct.
Yeah, this is the farmers that pushed for this project.
Right, this is all conservation service, conservation district. So that project has attention. The Labryville Canal dredging, Ponciano Canal, which is LWI monies, Bayou St. Vincent, which is LWI monies. Himalaya Bayou still there, William Canal, Pierpont Bay, Goshaw Canal, and then it goes into some levee improvements with Pierpont Levee, Bayou Lewis Levee improvements, Warren's 8-9 levee and road improvement project, and Platteville Pump Station. So those were the local projects coming out of the drainage master plan. The larger ones that are more regionalized are the Lake Barrett outfall dredging, which I think would benefit everyone on the jury. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't benefit.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Alcorn. Grassy Lake dredging being at the lower end of the project. Bell River dredging, which is north of the bridge, Spunky Monkey further north. Going that way, Amelia Levy project, which that's been one big one that we talked to last year, and we're still trying to push with the Corps and MR&T study, the Mississippi River tributaries. And then Chafly Basin Diversion, that's the big pump station that is further north, south of Bayou Sorrel in that area. And then the Bayou Sane Drainage Pump Station project, which is further south. So those are what were identified in the master plan. I've made a comment as to what has been funded and what has not been funded, what has been submitted. Was, to refresh you guys, the Himalaya, Raleigh St. Martin, Fairport Bay, roadway and drainage improvements, Bell River drainage, and then the community center, were not on this, obviously. But those are the 5 of the 8 that were submitted on grants that have not been funded, that were either denied by one way or another.
What about the ring levy system?
Ring levies were part of the wards 8 and 9 levy and road improvements. So the ring levies fell inside of that. And the ring levies on 70 going up. I believe that one was identified maybe last year or 2 years ago.
Was identified as priority number 1 to get that done.
But, the Georgia and Bell River wasn't, any funds coming to that?
Not at this time. Not at this time. Did you have last year's flyer?
Yes.
All right, on that one, which I guess, did you read the top 3 on there?
Ring levy system Ward 7, 8, and 9. Bayou St. Vincent dredging project and ring levies pump stations, Lower Texas levy improvements.
So that was the top 3.
I don't know if we ought to change anything. I mean, we asked for that last year, and it was priority. And we voted on this. I don't want to get pushed behind. I want to get pushed back.
So if your ring levy system stay in, Bayou St. Vincent just got awarded $9 million. You can take that out of that.
Yeah.
You don't need to keep that in there. So that's a
Take this with
project.
you.
Huh?
Take this with you. Don't forget.
So what's the other one? What's the third one?
Was ring levy pump stations and Lower Texas levy improvements.
Lower Texas just had some work done back there with levee improvements and also pumps, right? Did we complete that in-house? Right. So that's another one that's gone. All right?
Number 4.
Really St. Martin dredging project.
Rule St. Martin.
That one's gonna be, funded through HFGP.
So you take that one out.
Himalaya Bayou dredging.
That one needs to be on there.
Yeah.
Himalaya not in the contract with what you got with, Mr. Savoy? Himalaya Canal not in
Himalaya
there?
Canal.
But you know, but Georgia and Bell River is a help.
Wait, Myra. Hold up, Myra, hold up, Myra, hold up.
Get other packages.
Hold up. Himalaya is a part of Joseph's contract with you?
Correct, yeah.
You take that one out. What's the next one?
No, Himalaya, the funding to complete Himalaya, there's not enough funding in there to go all the way out to the
We need
lake.
to keep that, yeah.
That's the problem. The funding that we needed is to dredge it all the way to the lake. All he's got in there is to clean and snag.
Clean and snag.
Clean and snag trees.
Himalaya.
I was gonna say, the money that's allocated within Mr. Charles's project is not enough to clean the
It's not
Himalaya
near there.
from.
Yeah, it's
from-
just for cleaning and snag.
Cause we gotta go, to do the whole project entails going from the back of Supreme all the way to the lake.
Right.
What we're looking at, if covering his project is just the general clearing and snagging of the large debris to get water flowing right now. I wouldn't take Himalaya off that funding.
So keep Himalaya, so you got your ring labels, you got Himalaya. We going with 2 projects or we going with 3? What are we gonna have? We're gonna have to keep with those 2 projects?
As long as everybody's on the same page.
You
we
can't
make
go
the
there with no
list.
5, 6, 7 projects and
we
try to
can
be,
make the
no, we can't
list.
do
We
that.
were 17 last time. I think we ought to be good with 5 this time.
Too much,
17, how many
man.
we got
I
funded?
would have a list. I would
That's too
keep a
much.
list. I'd recommend leaving a list, but just really.
If they come action point blank, what's your top 2?
The top 2,
Boom.
yeah, that's how we
Top
gotta
2.
be ready, yeah.
So leave the list, we'll clean it up and move those as y'all indicated. So number 1 was ring levies, number 2 was Himalaya, or was it really St. Martin? That's the
Road St.
HGP.
Martin's funded through, well, it's,
HGP.
we need to see where we're at funding wise, but I think we'll be, I think we've got to scope the project based on the budget we have.
All right.
Let's go with, Next one was the Baker Canal in Libertyville Canal by Lewis Levy Improvements. How you looking out there?
Some progress.
You good?
Yeah, we're right in the middle of it.
Keep it on for
Huh?
funding's covering it.
For my
Your
levy,
funding?
for my levy improvements, yeah.
Next one would be a parish-wide roadway elevating. I think that would be a good one to bring down.
You don't wanna add Grassy Lake outfalls? I mean, not Grass, I'm sorry, Lake Verret outfalls.
I think that's more of a regional, even though it's all in the parish, there is still more of a regional project.
You got St.
And-
Mark, St. Mary.
Include,
White Drive Road in here.
Put a rule, put our rule,
Who?
put the rules.
so that's three.
That's good enough.
That's good?
That'd be a
That's
whole
good
list.
enough. That's good enough. We got
Clean up
three.
the list, but the actions, Bill Costle, the actions, what your top three is.
Top three is.
That's the
what you
rule
got
that we
going,
lifted.
But we was presented with that last year, what your top
Correct.
2 or 3 was.
Yeah, we can't be
This is where
jumping
all this
from
stuff-
Bell River to Lake Verret.
All right, we're gonna get that cleaned up.
Yeah,
so-
we'll get that cleaned up.
Yeah, all right.
But we still have to have the regional project in Amelia.
It'll be in there with
Levy.
Amelia and outfall, Lake Verret outfall,
Chill out.
and third one.
Elevating the roads,
What roads?
parish-wide, roadway
Got
elevating.
old, they got by Tranquil.
We're not going back that Pier Park.
Yeah, I'm going there, but-
All right, come on, let's move on.
That's all the rule that need to
We
be
not
lifted.
going back.
Updates on the pamphlet, we'll have something
So
to hold in
we need to
touch
lift it.
next meeting.
Yes.
And just,
in
I don't
draft
know
format.
Highway 1.
And then the following meeting, we'll have the pamphlet completed, and you can view it, and any last minute changes.
good job. All right.
Joe
We know
Lamar
where,
Street
we know where
grant.
we going.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Highway 1 is elevating this.
Joe Lamar Street.
Joe Lamar Street, awaiting the funding on.
Okay, but then you don't have the funding for that.
All right. Bertrandville Drainage Project.
Same. Bertrandville,
What about it?
we're awaiting Bell Rose and Bertrandville, cost reasonableness from South Central Planning. That's correct. And, I think he's gonna back George and report that he's gonna be calling us and going through all that, so that he's done the next.
Pat, how long do you think that project, though, to do that for those two projects? For Bertrandville,
Do it for next week. I mean, you know,
they shovel ready, they need to go.
yeah, we need to move. That's first priority.
Appreciate it, appreciate it.
That concludes my update.
The Bell Road.
Constant Canal is not on here, you don't wanna add that in there. But Constant Canal through the LWI project, surveying is completed, office work processing is being done. And, coordination with OCD and which. You are. Cameron?
I was only by myself last week.
Is it?
That's it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Lopez.
you, thank you, bro.
Are they from the Plan and Design Group?
Good evening, Joe Guillory, DDG. The Gerald Street levy project, we received a letter from OCM that we're gonna need a cultural study to move forward with the project. So we've submitted a amendment for the request to be able to add a cultural study to the test because of the corridor. They wanted to just get it checked out before we can move forward with the
What's the
project.
definition of cultural?
Yeah, how much you gonna call?
What's the definition? What you say?
Wetland.
It's a wetland, is it wetlands?
It's a wetlands. It's in the wetlands, yes, but it's not a wetland issue. It's a cultural issue, meaning is there any historic sites in the area that we may be covering with a levy?
Like the Indians.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Like,
So,
It is what it sounds.
yeah, it is what it sounds. And also they're requesting a HMIA 3. It's a hydraulic modification analysis because we're blocking water theoretically with the levee. We're arguing with them that we don't think it reaches that level of an impact. Worst case scenario, if they hold to that, we actually have to do a small model to look at the way the water flows towards the homes and into the back, and then if it builds up water on the other side. It's not
Can we put like a pipe or a flap gate on that end, on this, on something like that?
no, because during this, the concern is during a storm,
Right.
right? So you're going to close it off during a storm. So
Right.
are you gonna do impacts to your neighbors? The riparian act means you can't stop water from flowing and impacting your neighbor. Well, in this case, it's a swamp, and what we have to do is,
Yeah,
but unfortunately, we can't just say, hey, guys, it's a swamp,
right.
right?
I do the study.
Yeah. Now, that being said, you guys actually have a master plan, you know, for the area from the state's master plan, and we're trying to argue that, hey, this is consistent with that and should be therefore not required. However, we have submitted a request for an amendment, so we can get that done if we need. So we should have an answer. We've been told by OCM that we'd have clarification by Friday on whether or not we have to do the HMIA 3. So there's different levels. A 1 is basically me writing a letter saying, hey, as an engineer, I don't think it has an impact. A 2 is a small model. 3 gets into a little more complicated. Right now, they're requesting a 3. We're like, yeah, we don't think it's quite that level. So trying to get them to come down off of that.
You do understand that the whole purpose of this is to stop the flooding that we're getting because of the Corps of Engineers, right?
This is a public meeting. I can't answer about their comments.
Good answer.
Highway 70, the coastal use permit from Office of the State Permit has been received. We had conversations with the Corps. There's some question about the mitigation. Again, we're arguing that we should have an answer again by Friday. We're hopeful to minimize any mitigation and potentially get out of all mitigation for that. So, so state permit and Corps permit, we should know by Friday for that project.
Yeah, have a real good update next.
Send us an email, please, as soon as you hear something.
That'll be a big one, so. All right.
That's it?
That's it, any questions?
Man, that's good, man. They have it by Friday, it'll be done tonight. Thank you. Next item, update from Infinity Engineering on Parish-wide sewer plant improvement projects. Mr. Brian, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
I wish I had some kind of update. Nothing has changed. I get emails from our vendors to get these treatment plants and stuff installed. They're ready to go. We're just waiting on the rate study.
3 months. Waiting on the rate study. Really, you heard anything about the rate study?
Yes, they were meeting, this week to go over the cash flows and look at the 5-year, forecast results. And then, they're gonna get with, let's see. Get with us to share that information and talk with us through it. So they should be meeting this week.
It's moving, but moving slowly.
The only other portion of it is there was conversations between us, I was talking to Chris about it, that the actual placement of the property, where it was gonna be located, and an additional piece that we needed, they required us to purchase on the side of the entrance to it. We've established it, I think Ray, you sent it out.
I have, yeah, that's.
They looked at it, so we should get that approved hopefully soon with the cost analysis on it.
So has South Central Planning been brought in on all of this communication?
Not the rate study, no.
I think they need to be.
But I'm gonna give it Mr. Pat or whoever's in charge.
I mean, it's one of the projects that's on their list.
Yes. Nothing.
All right. That's it, Brian?
Yes, sir.
It's been a couple of weeks. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next item, update from Accounts Branch Coordinator. Approval is authorized president to sign DDG's professional services agreement, amendment number 3 for proposed permitting services related to P202-30253 Gerald Street Extension Levy.
Yeah,
What you
that's,
asking for?
what Mr. Guillory had mentioned earlier. The total is $20,211 for the cultural resource survey and the, HMIA.
All right.
I'm not sure. It doesn't have enough funding in that project.
It's gonna be through the Gomesa.
Gomesa.
That's why they were procured.
I mean, is it within the budget, addition of 20?
No, that's probably gonna be addition to the budget because that wasn't added in there.
That's what I said, like this.
So y'all can't work on them rates?
we're hoping to get out of the HMIA altogether.
This is Gerald
So if you
Street?
wanna wait until Friday, I can give you a much better answer. The public actually passed through.
So it's gonna come out of the base price, and when we go out for
Come out of the
construction,
job.
if construction is short, then
That's right.
we come to the table. Okay.
Let's wait till, what do you hear?
Let's see what he says.
You know, doing, all right?
See what he says.
Next meeting.
For
But
Joe.
there's the next meeting.
Well, we know we have to do the cultural assessment.
Yeah.
Where you gonna pull the money?
Well, it's gonna come from the project. And if they short on construction, then they're gonna come back to this table.
That's
and-
what we'll do.
Motion to approve the, president assign the professional services of DTG for the cultural services, $20,211 will come out the project. Motion by
Me.
Myron, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next item, request approval to re-advertise for RFPs for a grant manager for Bayou St. Vincent in combination with Constant Canal.
Yes, we have to re-advertise for that, on a clerical error on my part. South Central Planning cannot take this on because it would be a conflict of interest, so we have to re-advertise.
Motion by Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Pond. You know.
No, I'm not on there.
Second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request approval to apply for extension for the H&H study for Constant Canal.
Yes, we need an additional extension of 1 month. According to the GIS's project schedule, it should be completed next month. So we have to.
Motion by
request
Mr.
an
Diaz,
additional-
second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Motion carries. Next item, request approval to obtain the 30-year abstract on Shell Beach property, tracks 5-8-9 and 5-8-11, or title insurance.
Yes, the title opinion that was done, was from the partition at 2013. And it wasn't a clear title. So we have an option to go back and do a 30-year abstract that could be cost $5,000 more or less, or, title insurance, you're looking maybe $2,500. I'm waiting on one more quote for that.
I guess we'll
So we can,
the least expensive route would be title insurance.
That's the estimate as of now. We're waiting on final numbers from the other attorney, but that's probably the most legitimate amount, is that lower amount, the owner's title policy.
And that's acceptable to capital outlay?
That's what we discussed, and I spoke with Melissa about that earlier today in Ms. Rayetta, and according to the provisions of the grant, then yes, it is allowed.
All right, so I guess I need a motion to move forward with title insurance.
Yes, if we get another
Let's
quote.
follow up with the one we're waiting on and try to push that a bit. And then move on. We need that final one. No,
You wanna wait?
authorization to move forward, but we need to get that final one.
All right,
If we could.
authorization to move forward, and also try to get that
As long as we have the proper number. And
proper numbers. All right, motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Anything else?
yes, it's not on here, but, for the U Virginia property, I had to amend the contract because of the property. We had to change the description of the property. So I need, I'm requesting approval and authorization of the president to sign the amendment to the contract. The amount is still $400. That did not change, just the
explain to them
description.
why the description changed.
Where they had the, it was 60 by 100 on the back end of the property, and now it's a bigger piece to the road with act like,
I think with the 60 by 100 left a small sliver of property, and they didn't want it left like that, so they wanted to include the whole piece of property, same price, just change the boundaries, correct?
and yeah,
So you need a motion for the, change the description between you and Virginia Street. That's
yeah,
what,
to
And
sign
authorized
the
president to sign.
amendment.
and authorize president to sign. Motion by Mr. Diaz. Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Was it? Thank you. Update from South Central Planning Development Commission. Pat Gordon.
Good evening, Pat Gordon, South Central Planning. I believe Rayetta, submitted y'all a little spreadsheet on the progress that's been made on some of the grants. Item 2, capital outlay for Plainville, drainage. They're gonna be acting on some bids, in a little while for that. I'm sure it'll go to, facility planning, after that. Rayetta just talked about the additional title research that is gonna need to be done for the Shell Beach boat launch. And we're gonna be working on that. We're transitioning on that right now. And we work with Paul on the Resilient Communities Infrastructure grant that was submitted to the state. And right now, the CEA, we understand, has been signed and it's gonna be mailed to you. And after that, we're gonna have to nail down what the project's gonna be. Because I don't think that's been finalized yet.
So sorry, I have that document that was emailed to me today. I'll be getting with you that.
Great.
Great. More on that.
Mr. Lusky has already indicated that Belrose and Bertrandville, Gomesa projects, we're gonna be working with them on the cost reasonableness and cost analysis, and have that done before the next meeting. That's gonna be priority number 1. The Pankerville, Community Park, the letter of intent was submitted to OCD back in, July 15th. And they told us this week that we would hear something by the end of the week on whether or not it made the cut or not. So hopefully we'll have some good news for you at the next meeting. We did amend the application a little bit to condense the area that the park would benefit. Instead of all of us, you know, the parish of Assumption, we took specific census areas, confined that. And that's what OCD was looking for. So we'll see if that works.
Thanks.
We did assist Rayetta with the RFP a little bit with the LWI projects, Cassian Canal and St. Vincent. Hopefully that get on a grant manager. We couldn't take that on because we already recommended approval of those from LWI. Also the safe routes to public places, the crosswalks, that's item 19 that's on the list. We understand that these projects have made the short list. They're gonna hire a consultant to do a feasibility study and then make recommendations on which ones to fund. Just because they made the short list doesn't mean that they could be funded. There may be only 2 of those that may be funded. So we're not sure if all of them, 2 of them, or 1 of them. It's going to depend on the consultant that's doing the feasibility assessment. But it is good news that they made the short list. And it's my understanding, let's see, just by looking at the agenda, that we're going to be requested to put together a energy efficiency program funding for the community center. And so we'll add that to the list if that's passed by the police jury tonight. And we'll report on that also at the next meeting. And that's all I have.
Any questions for Mr. Pat?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. All right, next item update, the revised listing of fire department priorities relative to fire hydrants.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen. Post your last meeting, I was requested to look over the new fire hydrant list as it pertains to the extension that we got for the fire hydrant installation project. Paul Ball forwarded me the list. On his list that was sent to me, there were 102 hydrants, 84 of which were not on the original list and 18 that were on the original list. I brought both of them here on the original plans that we put out. You all know that we knew we never had enough money to do all of the proposed, I think on the original set of plans, it was 202 hydrants total. But there was a priority list and we bid them by unit. And basically, the goal was to get through as many as we could. I received the list from Mr. Paul. I compared it to the list that we had on the original plans. And as I said, 84 of those hydrants are new to that list and 18 were from the original. In speaking to that, we're prepared to still stick to the design cost that we had submitted to you of an additional $7,000 to turn that project around if you so wish to move forward.
So Joe, you said that you are new, put on the original plan.
84, yes, sir.
84. So they installed those ones that was on the original plan already?
I can't speak to that. That's something that between the waterworks.
They fixed some of them.
They fixed some, but I don't think, no, I mean, I can't
How
speak. to
some
what-
made the list and how some didn't make it this time.
I think it's different people preparing the list. I really do. I know since the time that list was done, I've heard from Laverdale, they have like 50 some odd hydrants, where last time they didn't have nearly that many.
That would be the biggest list by far. Most other departments had 10 to 12, Labrador had 50, almost 60 hydrants. So they
At the,
70% of hydrants.
where we were at the last time, we had 7 hydrants from 4 different departments that we were planning on replacing. That's what made the final list. I don't know how many of those 28 hydrants
Mhm.
are.
As I said,
Yeah,
of
list
the-
them
of
up.
the 18 of the hydrants that were submitted to me by Paul were actually on the original list at 84. He submitted to me a total of 102.
I know the waterworks is also contacting the fire departments looking for hydrants that they need to repair. Because of the, you know, the Barbera fire exposed one, and so they're taking action too, so. I mean, they are fixing them, but they can't get the hydrants. We have the hydrants, we're just in the.
Wow.
We need to move on it,
Yeah.
that's the problem, we need to move on it.
So do you continue with the 18 from the original list? And how do you prioritize the 84 that are totally different?
I tried to ask the fire hydrants, the fire chiefs to present the ones that were dead, a hydrant that did not produce any type of water, and they just. Laverdale gave me a list and said they all priority to him, so I'm like, well, okay, he has a different idea than I do, so that's the list I presented to Mr. Sawa,
How many we have to install?
we have 74 hydrants at Ezekiel Street.
First 18. Start with 18.
The first 18, and you take the rest of the fire department and divide them up.
And I don't think we ever received a list from Bar Lewis. I've emailed and I've looked for SARS and I just never.
So this is without.
That's only 4 departments.
And we had the same problems previously. We had in getting the original list.
Haven't heard any.
With response from
Take the original you got out the list and yeah, you take the remaining, divide it by the 4 departments. Or 3 departments, if we don't hear from Bar Lewis. We need to reach out to them, say, hey, you want them or not?
So what's just $7,000 for, Joseph?
7,000 was for the redesign of the plans to turn around and put it back out to bid. Because now I have to change the plans to basically I have to do away with the plans that were there before and now include these 84 hydrants
We don't have
that were
84
not on the
hydrants.
original list.
We don't have 84. How many we have? 70 something.
Excuse me, 74 hydrants, but of the priority, if this is now the priority, only 18 of them were on the original list. So that means that the balance of that, between that and the 74 is all new plans.
Aren't all the hydrants built the same that's in stock?
They are the same, however, the locations are different. That means we're tapping into different lines. We have to give different locations, different, at each site where these hydrants are going, we have to give them the underground, whatever's there, whether they're tapping into a 6-inch line, whether they're gonna hot tap, whether they're able to shut down the line and isolate it and install a T. Each one of these locations will have to be assessed and determine on how to make that connection.
Why can't we go with the original list? Just a question.
Yeah.
That way
So
we
if
don't
we
have to
went with the
redesign.
original list,
Because the fire department.
no additional cost?
We got the
It's a
original.
minimal cost, as I said, I would keep it to a minimal
Just for the
cost
bidding?
of the cost for the rebidding and
Stick with the original.
having to change the dates. I mean, you know.
How we know what's been done on the original? If the fire department gives us a new list, how we know what's been done and what haven't been done?
We don't know. It's a hot mess. That's what it is.
So we need to move forward, so. What
I
would
make a
you
motion, we stick with the original list.
Can the waterworks not look at the original list and say what's been done or not done?
They won't know.
They won't know.
No, but I think the way that it needs to be handled is we look at each fire department getting an equal amount. And from the list we have someone go out, open the hydrant, see if it has water or not. If it doesn't have water, it's priority. And we go down the list until we run out for each department. And,
Good with that.
I understand some hydrants, or you can still get water out of them even though they aren't acceptable and should be replaced. Just priority are those that are needed. And if we can't get the list from the fire chiefs, we're gonna have to have somebody go out and open them and make a list.
The fire chief, they don't get no hydrants. Put them up between the others.
All right,
You get it, man, for sure, we just cut 2 days.
We just need some direction as to how you all want to move forward.
all right.
Is the list of actual hydrants gonna change the bid amount since we're going out on a per hydrant installation bid?
The only thing that would change regard to that is because we're still gonna have the labor and so forth, would be if I have to include any items, and I'll review the bid items that we have. In looking at each one of these locations, depending on the priority, I have to get with the waterworks and see exactly what we have to do to connect to the main, to connect that hydrant to the main. Whether that entails a hot tap to a 6-inch line or an 8-inch main, or whether the waterworks is able to isolate that line and we can cut a T in. Those are the types of things that would change in the design.
So in the previous bid, we went out, we didn't have a list of hydrants that was done whenever we went out for bid.
Yeah, yes, we
because-
did. We had included them all, and we had pictures and locations of each one.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, we still owed the contractor at that time a list of hydrants that he needed to change.
He had the list. We weren't able to allow him to move forward because we didn't have at the time, we put him on hold because we didn't know if we were gonna get the extension on the grant funds. I understand what you're saying, is that we needed to prioritize this to stay within the allocated budget, yes. In other words, of the 200 that are listed here, yes, we would have had to given him a prioritized list to which to move forward.
You have the original list, so.
Yes.
I'm just wondering can we go out and obtain a bid from a contractor that has a per unit basis, knowing that they can install up to 78, but we have a limited budget? And we're gonna install as many as we can up to 78, but
Absolutely.
the locations are to be determined.
Correct, and we'll try to get that as close as we can, again, not knowing when you're digging underground, unless the waterworks can tell me exactly what's there and tell that contractor exactly what he
You won't
needs to
know
work.
because you don't know what ones you're gonna be doing, so
So,
you can get a price, but it's probably gonna be a little higher price, because they don't know what they're gonna find.
So price it off.
in
the
answer to
original
your
list,
question,
And then if we
Mr.
got
Blanchard,
lined up,
yes,
we'll
you
have
can.
lined up. Add some at the end. If you did all the work for the first one, do that original list, and if we got lined up, we'll use it then.
whatever y'all wanna do.
Just wanna get out the bid as soon as we
Yeah,
can.
that's what I'm saying.
I ain't going back and ask for no more extension. So either we gonna put this to
Go for the
bed,
original
that's it, don't ask me to go back. Between all the departments. I ain't doing it no more.
You have a current list. You have the original list.
Yes.
And how is that list divided between the departments?
That I don't know. I received a lump sum list, from Mr. Paul, so. I'd have to we'll go through and see which ones fall where and what departments they fall under. He just provided us a lump sum list,
Being that we have 74,
and that's what he had, so.
whatever the bid comes back to install, it's divided between all of us.
Yeah.
Do equal part.
All right,
Aaron, you need to fix this water leak.
It's sweating on your head.
yeah, all right.
It's trying to cool you off.
We need to get there.
So as it stands, you're requesting that I turn around and just go out and get unit prices based to install what we have. And then once those unit prices come back, we would then provide the
original
contractor with a
list.
prioritized list up to that month.
Off the original list.
Off of the original list.
That's correct. And I will keep those costs. I had presented to you all a not to exceed of $7,000. Obviously, if I don't have to go and include all of these hydrants, I would not hit that number, but there will be some cost incurred in rebidding this project.
Who's gonna go check the highway to make sure they wasn't fixed already.
But chief should have that information.
You want to say they don't know.
No, the waterworks, I mean, the waterworks knows which ones they changed, but the way that the fire department's tracking, the way the waterworks tracking is two different. There's two different
animals.
entities.
Let's divide the hydrants, and I could give it my chief in the waterworks to make sure that we good.
Yeah, they did.
Y'all can do the same?
Yeah.
Are you really gonna have to work on him?
All right. That's the direction you're gonna go. All right.
Thank
you.
That's because it's dead hydrants.
I think he's asking if the committee is gonna approve and authorize him to go ahead for the amount, a cost amount of not to exceed $7,000. I don't think you answered that question.
No, there's no way it's gonna be 7,000.
Not to exceed.
It's fine, it's not to exceed 7,000.
That's what he was asking for.
If I have to turn around and we're rebidding all 84 hydrants as they're presented now, yes, I can tell you it will go to $7,000 because that's a complete rebid of the plans. If you're simply asking me to put back out to get unit prices and then you all select how whatever we can do for that, I will keep those costs to a minimum. And I'll have hourly charges to back it up, not to exceed $7,000.
On the other hand, you's paid just about 100% of this.
And I'm not arguing that. Mr.
80%
Frondell, I'm
of the
not
work.
arguing that. I'm arguing, I've always been fair, but there is a cost for turning around and having to re-advertise this project. So,
Because it was the deadline had passed, we didn't do the project.
Yeah, we didn't do it.
Whose fault was on that?
I don't know.
no one, I don't think it was at anybody's fault at that particular time. We were dealing with COVID. There was multiple issues that played into that. I'm just, all I want to know is whether or not the hourly fees or the fees that I'm going to incur from having to re-advertise this project, if that's being authorized by this jury, I have no problems. But as of the last meeting, when you all asked me for a cost to rebid this project, I gave you a not to exceed of $7,000 and you asked me to come back and get those lists and analyze that cost. That's the lowest number I can do that at if we have to turn around and redo the entire project.
So if we wouldn't be getting this money, if the extension wouldn't have been filed and we'd have had to give this money back, you'd have been good though, retaining, getting paid 80% of this.
I did the work.
20% of
I did the work. I designed the project and put it out to bids as I was requested.
All right, I entertain a motion not to exceed $7,000 for the design of the proposed.
I make a motion that we amend the contract to include the 7,000, not to exceed $7,000
Is the funding coming from
from the grant.
the grant?
Motion by Mr. Blanchard,
Yeah.
second by Mr. Brewer, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Joseph, we need to move fast.
Joseph, how soon can you get this bid out?
Oh, y'all got jokes, huh?
How soon?
It's all done already. It ought to be ready.
All right, next item, update on Ag Center roof project.
Don't sit on it.
Update on Ag Center roof project.
You're receiving bids on September 11th.
All right, good deal.
Thanks.
Update on courthouse renovation project.
The inspection date, August 22nd started. And after the process is finished, it's about a 3-week delivery on paperwork.
Good. Next item, authorize South Central Planning Development Commission to apply for energy efficiency program funding for APCC.
So I put that on, it's actually energy efficiency, not Entergy. So this is through.
Energy.
Yes, it's energy. It's through the Public Service Commission, Region 3. They sent an email that they had some funds that were not used in their last grant cycle, and they asked if we had any projects that we could use. I emailed Maria to ask if we still needed the LED lights at the community center. And I had some complaints recently about it being too dark in the arena itself. So maybe we can address that as part of this.
I think those lights be set, but Brian know how to turn them up and brighten them up, right?
Which ones?
In the arena. Sometimes I think the lights are just set to stay on at a certain capacity, But if he knows where to go and pick them all, they'll light up. Maybe they just didn't know. It lights
What about the
up.
rodeo arena?
No, you talking about the community center. That's
I
the-
say PC, yeah.
The gym.
I was getting a little confused.
The
Okay.
gym.
The gym, yeah, the gym. Yeah, it lights up. It lights up like a Christmas tree.
You can illuminate it very bright.
Yeah.
I thought we
So
did
maybe
the
just-
LED lights in the
maybe it just
community
wasn't-
center already.
No, we applied for it, but we had an issue because some lights were changed whenever they came do an inspection.
Okay, so it
They
didn't
saw
happen.
that some were changed, so they canceled the grant.
So I turned around and I put the community center and several other buildings in with Mr. Mike, the one that did our ag center. And they're working on some funding to completely change it to LEDs.
Right. So we'd like South Central Planning to pursue that grant, see exactly what information you need to make the application. And I can forward you the information that I have.
All right, motion by
For the
Mr.
contact.
Blanchard to, authorize South Central Planning Development Commission to apply for that energy efficient
And how about
program.
authorize president to sign the necessary document?
And authorize the president to sign the necessary document. Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request final approval for one additional manufactured home to be added to an existing manufactured home park at 140 Sugar Lane in Fairport, CC Trailer Park, Ward 8.
Okay, this is down Sugarcane Lane, I think. It was, it got preliminary approval from you guys a couple months ago. He has everything ready to go, minus the skirting, which he has talked to contractors. It's just, nobody has been able to get out there yet, but everything else is ready to go. I want to take pictures. I have that in your packet. I recommend we move forward.
That's new water, Jimmy, you good with it?
Yeah, I'm good. What happens if we don't put the skirt?
If we don't put the skirt, we're gonna find
I mean,
Justice is gonna
they
stay
said
on.
they would skirt.
Well, we gotta put a procedure in place to go back and check.
Yeah, we don't have what we're doing, nothing. Well, no enforcement, so.
I can go check, but I mean, if they don't put it.
What's the ordinance say?
We're
The
about to
ordinance
update it.
says that
Do
they
the
require
approval
to have it.
contingent upon them doing the skirting, and you're gonna go out and check.
So I have to wait to give them the permit until the skirting's up?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Period.
Okay. That'll work.
So we have a motion to, based on final, that's what you want, a
Yes.
motion based on final approval. You get a final approval based on him putting up the skirting. Motion? So moved. Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Burrow, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
So
sir.
if somebody putting a regular mobile home on a property,
I thought you had that skirt.
do they have to have skirting?
They're supposed to.
The ordinance says yes.
Y'all go out and check?
No. It's,
All right, that's all I wanted.
well, it will be part of this updated, the policies that we're gonna be updating for mobile home and manufactured homes. We'll be visiting that, about having that ordinance checked whenever South Central Planning does their inspection for the other items, checking the handrails and so forth. The towing device needs to be removed and the, skirting needs to be up.
Yeah, right
That's
now
what's in
they
the
only
ordinance.
check what's required under Louisiana Construction Code. That's not required under that, so they're not checking that.
How many people will be out of code without skirting on that trip?
Well, we gotta start somewhere, so
Gotta
you
start
know, start on you.
Let's start on me.
Start on you. All right. Anything else? Next item, request approval to accept the lowest bidder of the Prineville Drainage Project pending the approval from the Department of Administration, Facility Planning and Control.
Yes, we received bids on August 6th. We are recommending acceptance of the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, which at this time is Byron E. Talbot Contractors Incorporated, in the amount of $2,160,900. And that will be, of course, pending concurrence by Facility Planning and Control.
It's right, you said.
How's that compare to what we have budgeted?
It's actually under budget. The construction budget was right at 2.2 million.
Don't worry, you didn't
We got a
need
little wiggle room in case we need.
Yeah,
it.
actually,
Well, you're gonna need it because you need a Davis-Bacon Act.
I got the
That
GIS.
is
We
included.
got that
in it.
We
included.
got it.
It's included.
He's still got a
change
little
orders.
wiggle room.
Huh?
All right, motion to, accept the lowest bidder.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Blanchard. Second, Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next item, request to send a resolution to Facility Planning Control stating that Assumption Parish Police Area will commit all funds in excess of the state funds necessary to satisfactorily complete the project scope for the Platteville Drainage Project.
Yes,
As long
this
as
is
I see the-
required language by facility
It's
planning and
required.
control.
Just for
Required.
Amount.
It's part of the checks and balances.
All right, motion to do that,
So move.
Mr. Blanchard, second. Second, by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next item, same request to send resolution, request from Facility Plan and Control concurrence for the Platteville Drainage Project forward and all documents of the state to move forward.
I think that just kind of means, I don't think we need a resolution for that, that we just delivering all that tomorrow.
There's an actual, there's an actual form requesting concurrence.
Requesting
We
all
will
that.
sign off on that, so we need the president, authority for the president to sign that, yeah.
Motion by Mr. Diaz to authorize the president to sign, second by Mr. Rowe, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Ms. Torres has allowed this Katie to hand deliver that to facility planning tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good.
You got to go get everything.
All right,
I got it.
I have a deviation.
we have a deviation by Mr. Blanchard.
We have a deviation relative to Tacopah Landing update. We omitted it from the agenda. It should have been on there. So I'm asking that we can deviate and go into executive session.
Motion to deviate by Mr.
Second.
Blanchard, second by
Second.
Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're deviating.
Motion to go into executive.
Motion to go to executive session with Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Back in regular session. Second.
Motion go back regular session, Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? All right, we went into this. We went into the executive section and, discussion and, no action taken. Guess I need the actual public comment. Vote on this thing. Don't need nothing, don't need nothing, okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries.
We'll call to order the regular meeting of the Central Parish Police Jury. Let the record reflect all jurors are present. Please rise for a prayer and pledge. God, who teaches us by sending the light of the Holy Spirit into our hearts, grant that by the light of that Spirit, right judgment may be ours, and that we may ever find joy in his guidance. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Accept any corrections, and approve the minutes of July 24th, 2024, regular meeting and the August 7th, 2024 special meetings. Will there be any correction? You made? Hearing none.
Motion to accept.
Motion to approve by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Public comment period. At this time, we'll take public comment for any item on the agenda. Second call. Last call. Let the record reflect there is no public comment. Drainage Committee report. Drainage Committee met at 4 o'clock today. The only member absent was Mr. Pondville. we approved the changes to the Gomesa allocations to allocate 199,409. $199,405 to administration account for audit expenses. And we approved to unallocate 114,511 of funds from Lee Drive drainage to cover an overallocation of projects. We received an update on the drainage issues in the Laverdville to Bruley Road. The parish manager advised of what work they've done in the last couple of weeks in that area. The item to discuss Oak Ridge subdivision was tabled. We approved drainage overruns for projects 93114, Consolidated Fairport Bell River Drainage District expense, and 93115, same fund but split from Ward 8 and Ward 9. 93136, drainage issues at 4157 Highway 308 in the amount of $5,439.18. Project number 93156, new pump at 248 South Bay Road in the amount of $195. Project 93182, culvert replacement at 101 Cindy Street in the amount of $53.14. Project 93184, replacement of a 15-inch T at 143 Birch Street in the amount of $61.96. And project 93187, culvert replacement at 159 Grizzaffe Lane in the amount of $129.98. We tabled the item to sweep South Loop Canal. We approved for culvert replacement between 121 and 123 Michael Street in Ward 6.
Is that supposed to be culvert, not cover?
Culvert.
Culvert.
Oh.
Cover, okay.
And we discussed the possible funding sources and the purchase of a long reach, no action taken at this time on that item.
Motion to accept your report is read.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. The Finance Committee met. All members were present. We approved to pay the list of bills submitted through August 9th, 2024. We approved the president to sign the multi-jurisdictional consultorium agreement relative to the workforce Innovative and Opportunity Act. We approved the Assumption Council on Aging to sell 2 of their fleet vehicles. We approved for OSEP Director and Assistant to attend the LEPA Conference, October 21st to 23rd in Lafayette at an estimated cost of $1,100. We approved to accept the high score for the debris monitoring contract proposals and will receive the contract and review it for approval. We had a discussion regarding the sewer budget. We discussed the funds collected in Gomesa per month and time frame to spend those funds. We discussed the jail nurse position and made a motion to accept, to enter into a contract with a contractor to provide the jail nurse. We approved for 3 employees to attend the 2024 ACAP Winter Conference, September 9th through 12th, 2024, at a total cost of $2,372.26. And we received the amended budgets for 2024 and approved.
Motion to accept your report.
Motion to accept the report by Mr. Alcorn.
Second.
Second by Mr. Pineville. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. Personnel Committee report, Chairman Diaz.
Personnel Committee met at 5:21. All members are present. First item, we approve the changes to the personnel manual as presented. Item 2, we approve to add the animal control job description to the organizational structure manual. Item 3, we approve the recommendations from the parish manager relative to personnel changes effective next Friday, next pay period.
This Friday.
Friday, next pay period.
This Friday is not the next pay period, so I don't know if y'all want this Friday or the first day of the next pay period. We cut off every 2 weeks.
Would be the easy way.
First period, first day of the next pay period.
First day of next pay period.
Yeah.
Number 4, we approve for the parish manager to hire Kevin Burgess, maintenance worker. I present this all in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Diaz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Bro. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Road and Bridge Committee report, Chairman Alcorn.
Yes, Road and Bridge Committee met this afternoon. All members were present. 3 items on the agenda. Number 1, we discussed and we approved for GIS engineering to provide us with a quote to survey Cajun Street in Ward 9. Item number 2, we discussed and we approved for the parish manager to obtain three quotes for patching work on Cypress Street, Ward 9. And number 3, we approved the application quantity and placements of speed bumps for Barrier Lane. I'll give you these 3 items in the form of a motion.
Motion to accept the report by Mr. Alcorn.
Second.
Second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Engineering Grants Committee report, Chairman Nakam.
Yes, sir. Engineering Grants Committee met. All members present. First item had update from GIS Engineering, discussed, the PC trip with legislators, Jellamore Street Drainage Project was tabled. Discussed Bertrand Ville Drainage Project, Melrose Lane Drainage Project, and Constant Canal. Had update from the Plan and Design Group on Gerald Street Levy Project and ring levees in the Fairport Bell River area. We had update from Infinity Engineering on Parish-wide sewer plant improvements project. We had updates on from the council grants coordinator. And we approved and authorized the president to sign DDG's professional service agreement, amendment number 3 for proposed permanent service for an amount of $20,211 for the Gerald Street Extension Levy. We request approval to re-advertise for RFPs for grant manager for Fire St. Vincent in combination with Constant Canal. We also request approval to apply for an extension for the H&H study for Constant Canal. And request approval to obtain a 30-year abstract on Shell Beach property tracks 5A and 9.
No, we actually approved the title insurance.
Well, yeah, and we actually approved to do the title insurance instead of that. On that one, right? All right. Update from South Central Planning Development Commission. got $400 description on you, $400 description on you and Virginia and President sign. All right. All right, update from South Central Planning Development Commission, update on revised listing of fire department, priorities relative to fire hydrants. And authorize the, engineer to redesign the project and not to exceed $7,000. Update on Ag Center roof project, update on courthouse renovation, project. We authorize South Central Planning and Development to apply for energy efficiency program funding for the APCC. Request final approval for one additional manufactured home to be added. The existing manufactured home trailer park at 140 Strickland Lane in Pearport is approved based on that he installed the skirting. Next item, approved to accept the lowest bidder on the Platteville Drainage Project, pending the approval from the Department of Administration, Facility Planning Control. And next couple items is all pertaining to the Platteville Drainage Project. Resolution of Facility Planning Control State and Central Parish Regional Commit to all funds access the state funds necessary to satisfy complete and project scope of the Platteville Drainage Project. Request a send resolution, request of Facility Planning Control concurrence for the Platteville Drainage Project forward, all documents to the state to move forward. And authorize president to sign. We have one deviation, with no action taken. Present all that form of
Motion to accept report of Mr. Nakam. Second by Mr. Alcorn, all in favor? Opposed? Report accepted. Next item, consider changes to the building and manufactured homes application and permitting requirements.
Okay, so, first sheet in y'all package is what we currently hand out to people when they come and try to obtain a building permit, whether it be for a mobile home, shed, commercial, new residential, whatever. That's what we hand out. Trying to split it into two different ones, one for specifically for manufactured homes, another one for any other building permit. So what I added to the manufactured home ones was pretty much number 5. Where at the time application, we'd ask for the HUD number, level rating, which must be graded in 2, installation sticker number, installer name, which they most of the time will know who's putting it on site, a site plan, property deed, or if it is family property, it must have a deed and a current tax notice. In the event it is family property, only the individual designated on the tax notice may apply. This is what most other parishes require. After looking at all of their applications, we pretty much are catching up with what we ask for when people put mobile homes in the parish. The only other change is on number 6, where we talk about floodplain management. Some of the wording in there we're gonna discuss later when we talk about changing the ordinance. So I can't ask for that right now, like the 1 foot of freeboard, until we discuss changing the ordinance first. So if y'all would have denied that, then I would have to go back and edit number 6. And then the only difference for the next one, construction, like any other construction, is basically, we just didn't have on there that you're supposed to bring stamped engineered plans and that you need a digital copy of 11x17. So I'm just asking that we change this application process. And if we do, there's no way for us to get out there and police it. South Central Planning goes and does their inspections. So we would have to, as Mr. Leroy said, we'd have to possibly get them to check all of this when they go out there, because they can give us this information and it could just be made up. Like, I don't, there's no way to check it unless somebody goes physically look at it.
They could check it on their final inspection.
Yeah, or for a mobile home, they normally only have the 1 inspection. So they would have to check all of this. I haven't talked to anybody at South Central Planning. I believe you have.
Right.
Obviously, they're gonna charge us to do this extra work.
Right, it would be.
So
in
we'd have to
addition
go up on the fee.
You go up on
Right now, the permit fee is $350,
No, 150
$150.
for a mobile home. So I can start asking for all of this tomorrow, but I still need to talk to Ron Hutchins, who's in charge of my permit online, and they'd have to add the fields in the form.
Right. And they said they would
and-
provide us what that additional cost would be to do the, whatever in our ordinance that we want them to check. And they can check and just report it back to us. But the real problem that we have is, you know, how do we, they can check it, but if they don't do it, you know, it's the only
gonna
thing is if
enforce
they
it?
don't have electricity yet, then they won't be able to get electricity.
You don't pass the inspection, you won't get electricity, and South Central Planning goes out and checks and makes sure they actually have this, and they just not giving me fake numbers, then obviously we don't turn on the electricity.
The other thing that I guess I don't see in here, maybe I'm just missing it is, then there's a state requirement about the age of the mobile home?
Yeah.
Something that could be brought into an area?
So it's not a requirement, but we're gonna discuss that in the next part.
Okay, all right.
And I didn't put anything about skirting or removing the tongue, which is in our ordinance, but I can easily just tell them they have to do that when they come get a permit, and then South Central Planning can also check that.
Well, I think we need to add it
Yeah,
to the
you
permit
add-
form because it's already in the ordinance.
Yeah, I know, but they're not gonna say, we just need to tell them about it, you know, there's nothing real.
So let me ask you this, skirting and removing the tongue been in the permit and on?
Then in the ordinance.
So we got thousands of mobile homes throughout the parish that don't have skirting, that don't have the tongue removed.
Why send,
Huh?
why send the
Yeah,
ordinance?
there's no enforcement, why be in that?
Start from there.
But,
Okay,
let me just point out something to you. So you wanna make people with mobile home put skirting. Soon as you get a hard wind, most of the time they lose the skirting all over the place. But then you can put a brick home, I mean, a home on pillars, but you don't need nothing around it. It doesn't make sense. You're just making people spend, if you got a mobile home, you're spending extra money for what?
I mean, the ordinance was in place whenever I got here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and
if you wanna change the
and some,
ordinance, we change the
some
ordinance.
stuff
For
in
years,
the,
years, we had homes here that didn't have permits, so when we went to permits, everybody had to get a permit.
the state requires you to go to all these permits. But all the stuff that we adding right now, wanna add, it doesn't even make sense.
No, it's
And
already
then-
been added.
And then we don't even have no enforcement on it. It's just like permits for people going to build a shed in their yard. They build a shed, nobody got to check, come back and see 3 months later, got a shed out there. What we gonna do?
But we
What we
talked
doing?
about that, we can get South Central Planning to go put stop work orders when they see things, instead of it having to be a complaint from a constituent signed.
Give you a prime
We
example.
just have to let them do what we pay them. to
Give you a
do.
prime example. Somebody build a shed, nobody see it till they finish.
Some people are
What
gonna
happened?
get away with it, Chris.
Some, we talking about over 200-300.
You got bad actors and everything, but your argument is, I mean, we gotta start somewhere. Somebody gonna put a mobile home next to my house, I want a mobile home to look good, you gonna put a.
So skirting gonna make it look good?
Yeah, hell yeah, it will.
Come on, man. So you can't even tell them what kind of skirt it's gotta be. They can go out there and put 10 around there. It's skirting.
Yeah, it could be straight. But we may have
I
specified.
got
what kind of
busted
skirt
the
we
wrong
put.
one.
Huh?
I mean, too, specify what kind of skirt.
It's been in the ordinance.
Within the ordinance, I don't think it specifies
Don't specify.
what kind, I
They
mean,
can put 10, they can put whatever they want.
Oh, yeah. Well, metal pin off the whole building.
I think we're making it just a little bit too difficult. But I'm only one voice.
I think a lot of insurance make them do it.
No.
I tell you, where we at right now though, Chris, is we have it in our ordinance. And there's people that are putting trailers without it, and we have other residents saying, hey, why don't they have to put the skirting? It's in the ordinance.
Well, but I think before we even go that route, what are we gonna do about it? As Chris said, what's the
Yeah, what's
enforcement?
the
If
enforcement?
we don't have a plan to enforce it,
Figure it out.
Myron, you already got yourself in trouble with that. Guys, focus on the permit application, please, so we can get him
And then-
completed,
then-
and then
so
we're
if-
gonna move on to the ordinance after
And
that.
if we're gonna enforce it, then we're gonna make the residents pay more in permit fees because we gotta get somebody to go enforce that stuff. And this is gonna be the same residents, we gotta go out and ask Oh, we need a 1% tax.
Well, because we already, general fund is already having to contribute, I think, $215,000 to that office now. So if we have to pay additional permitting services
We
and
have to go
receive
for
no
permit.
revenue for it, that's gonna be $350,000 a year.
On the permit application, is there any other amendments or changes that we need to be made?
Just what I'm asking for now.
Is there a motion to accept
Motion.
these changes? Motion by Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Nakane, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed
I'm all opposed to that too.
to the permit application?
The change.
So this is just what I'm requiring for them to, the information I'm requiring to give us when they come apply for the permit. Now we need to talk about how.
Right. Motion passed. Next item. Consider proposed amendment ordinances pertaining to chapters 5 and 26 of the manufactured mobile homes and floodplain regulations and call for a public hearing.
Okay, so this is me again. Chapter 5 deals with our floodplain ordinance. August 1st of last year, Louisiana Construction Code amended their regulations to where if you build a new residential home, you're required to put it 1 foot above the base flood elevation, if you're in a special flood hazard area. So that'd be 1 foot of freeboard. So we have to change that, because right now we just say add base flood elevation. So the stuff underlined in the residential construction, I mean, to meet state minimum, we've been enforcing it anyway, because it's required. So I'm asking that we update that to be current with construction code. And I'm also asking we add it to mobile homes, because that is not required by construction code. They're governed by HUD and fire marshal, but a lot of other parishes have said they should be at the same height as the houses that are being built. And, most people would agree with that. Why should the mobile homes be able to be a foot lower than homes? And also I'm asking for the non-residential construction too. So everything is 1 foot above across the board. So that's chapter 5. Basically what it says.
Who will check that? So
Who
somebody
wants
got
to
a
check that?
non-residential,
The survey is
build-
check that.
somebody do a non-residential building and build it. Who can go out there and check and make sure that's the right elevation?
The surveyor. We require a survey,
Have a survey.
an elevation certificate. If you're in a special flood hazard area, you have to get an elevation shot.
She's getting insurance.
You get anything you want out of it.
So the only problem I see with this is whenever you have a, a home that has been built 30 years, ago, and that elevation was whatever it was back then. And now they want to build a shop on the same piece of property, and they're 4 foot higher than what their house is right now.
So as long as they're not adding more than 50%
It's
the
a
value?
completely different structure.
or a completely different structure, then they gotta raise it.
So their house is down here and their shop is up here.
That could still happen right now without this extra 1 foot.
The state has already passed this. It's nothing that we're
Yeah, the
passing.
state's passed it for
It's a
new,
state requirement.
I'm just asking for the mobile homes and the other structures. The state already requires the 1 foot for new building where you're gonna live in.
Motion
But the
is,
state don't require for mobile homes and other structures.
Because it's not handled by construction code. It's governed by HUD and
But I mean, simple answer is state don't require.
no,
Then we still got rules that flood, so.
but it would make sense to just put it all at the same elevation.
motion to propose amendment ordinance pertaining to chapter 5 and 26 and call for a public hearing.
Second.
Make sure that this is chapter 5 and 26 of the manufactured mobile homes and floodplain regulations call for a public hearing. Motion.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Nakane to call for a public hearing.
Second.
Second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So we didn't talk about chapter 26 yet, which is the mobile home changes that were requested a while back. Basically, just made some changes where I put manufactured in front of mobile out in every instance, so it all looks the same in our ordinance. The only three main changes we put is, the owner shall be responsible, so this is for mobile home parks. The owner shall be responsible for having their, renters comply with all ordinances, including but not limited to the grass cutting, junk vehicles, junk, et cetera. That's one that I put in there, and the other two are for all mobile homes. This is where we talk about the date. Mobile homes which predate the National Manufactured Housing Construction and Safety Standard Act of 1974 cannot be permitted except for electrical rework permits. So that is not governed by HUD, it's not governed by construction code. Those houses are not governed at all by anything. There's no wind zone rating on them. If they're here, and if your pole gets knocked over, that's an electrical rework, but if you haven't had power in 3 months, with this being said, you wouldn't be able to get a permit. You wouldn't be able to move it in the parish. That's houses that are over 50, well, manufactured homes that are over 50 years old.
And I think it's important for you to state that it's required by the state, but not enforced by the fire marshal's office.
Not enforced by anybody.
Right, but the fire marshal's office is the one that has the rule in place, but they do not enforce it. Right?
This is, fire marshal only handles things from 1974 going forward. Anything before 1974, they don't even check it because it doesn't have wind zone ratings. It's not into their jurisdiction, it's not under our jurisdiction. Most places don't allow
Mobile
anything.
home movers was regulated that you can't move a certain age mobile home.
They're supposed to. They're supposed to check that. That's one of the things we'll be checking on the application to make sure it's a wind zone rating too.
If it doesn't have a data tag, they're not supposed to move it at all.
Yeah, and these wouldn't have a HUD tag at all because it was before.
They're supposed to move it.
So
It's not regulated, but so what?
And that's what I'm saying. It is, but they can still get somebody to move it for them without
yeah,
the parish's knowledge. But if we have it in our permit process, then it has to be checked.
Yeah. So do we require permit to move a trailer into the parish?
if you want to get your power.
No, I'm talking about somebody just moving a trailer into the parish. They ain't coming to look for power yet. They just moving them, mobile home in. Well, they wouldn't know nothing about,
Correct.
you wouldn't know nothing about his own site.
No, but I did put on the application part that we talked about first, to where manufactured home must obtain a permit through the process listed below before being placed on the property location within Assumption Parish. We always ask them to put the mobile home there first, and then we permitted it. We don't want people that do that. Most everywhere else gets the permit first, then you can move.
That's what I was just asking.
Our residents would have to be educated of this new process, Justin, because I can guarantee you. The
Some
average
people don't
person
know
has,
about
if the
that.
average person got a piece of property and they wanna put a trailer on their property, just gonna move it, just like Chris said. May not be coming, look for light, water, sewer, or nothing, they just wanna move it on their
Yeah.
property.
They will eventually.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's the way it's been for years. I mean, if you wanna move, you move it, then when you get ready, you come do your permit for your utilities.
People will have to be educated on that one.
I mean, it's gonna take some time, because some people are gonna move it without knowing, and then, I mean.
To the education
not gonna
and
make
building
them
permit.
move it off, but
All right, so what you need from us on now?
I need approval for chapter 26 too.
No, it's the same, the motion would have been for
It was all
chapter
in one.
five.
It's all, I did both of them the
Yeah,
same.
but the
Yeah, I
public
just wanted
hearing
to
is already.
explain it to y'all.
Yeah.
What we.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Request approval for the holding of an election in Pierport Settlement Gravity Drainage District.
Renew.
This is motion of 10-year renewal. Motion by Mr. Pineville. Second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to send a letter to DOTD requesting a study and subsequent placement of a physical barrier along outside curve near 767 Highway 70 South. I put this on the agenda. The business owner there at Action Industries, he requested that the state, he requested that we request the state, area engineer to look at it and see if it would justify putting a barrier there because of the location of the office building and this exposure to vehicles running off the road. There was an accident there a couple weeks ago, and if it wouldn't have been for the vehicle hitting the telephone pole, it would have been in the office. So, this letter would be directed to area engineer, Chris Ewing, to review it and see if, it's feasible to put a barrier there.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Discuss water meter study and how we will proceed.
So we had South Central Planning do a study for us some time ago, and Mr. LeBlanc and Ms. Carroll has been working on that. So, Paul, give us an update.
I've got an update, and I apologize for the slow process. There's two different reasons why. First reason that I changed jobs, so that was, I had to get acclimated to the job. Second reason is the water plant's currently changing their computer system, their accounting system. And I've been there like 6 times in the last 2 months, and they said, Mr. Paul, can you come back? Can you come back another day? Can you come back another day? I finally got a meeting with him this Friday, to meet with him. I've got 96 lists, I've got 96 accounts right here that I found that are not paying garbage fees, that have bins that we went right, and but we're gonna continue but I'm gonna try to get these 96 put on that list Friday to update, to pay garbage fees, and then we just continue and go back and try to find, do the rest of the study. That's where we at with that. So I do have 96 that I found. So I'm trying to put those on that Friday for it. Now, I know there's a drop in the bucket. There was I think it's like 1,100. There was 1,100 anomalies with South Central Planning called it. They didn't call people that weren't paying their fees. They called it anomalies. So it's a lot of work for us to go through 1,100 addresses. I got to physically go to each one and see if they have a bin, if they have a structure, if they have a meter. It's a lot involved. So
Of those, how many anomalies have you cleared that you found were really not a problem? It just you just had to go out there and look and see.
Just answer it.
Okay. The list that I got right here was actually a list that I got from the water plant that had, from 3 years ago, me and Ms. Nikki had got. That's where this list came from. The South Central Planning list, I went 2 days of looking at it, and out of the ride I took, I might have found one that was off. So that list, I kind of took that list and put it on the side and went with the list I got from the water plant. I'm gonna go with that list first, and then I'm gonna go back and look at South Central Planning list after. They called it anomalous. I didn't see many on that list that helped me. So I went my own direction. So we'll go back to that list when I finish with my list that I got from the water. I got a list from the water plant with 10,000 meters on it. Me and Ms. Dickey went through all 10,000 and found like about 800, 700 that needed to go check. And that's where these 96 come from, these first 96. I might looked at 300, 400, I got 96. So I've got to go back and just go through my list again. But it kind of got on the back burner because I had switched jobs. And like I said, the water plant, they changed their accounting system, and they just kept telling me, come back. We're not ready to help you with this.
So the list we got from South Central Planning, did it help you any?
Not much.
So that would be a no?
That would be a no.
So Paul, since y'all got the list from the water company, are y'all even looking at it when y'all go into area where they got sewer to see who should be paying sewer?
I didn't even get to sewer because, no, I didn't get to sewer. This was just water. The sewer, and I didn't get a chance to, and you're right, I'm making the statement I made about that list. I didn't get a check to see how that list would fall with the sewer with South Central Planning. It may be more aligned with sewer than it was with garbage, but it didn't help me. It was too much of I didn't comprise the list, and I was just looking at it, I'm like, I just cannot work for me. I couldn't. Me and Ms. Carroll know the addresses in this parish, and I don't want to say we're the best, but I know every street in this parish, and she's better at it than me. She does the addressing for 911. We just fought with it for 2 days. I'm like, man, put this on the side for right now. We took our list that we had got from the water plant that just showed that people wasn't paying, and that's the direction we're going right now. So it's a lot of work involved with it.
So there's a bigger problem that the physical addresses on the list that we have from South Central Planning. So I know the water plant, a lot of their mailing address or physical addresses are old roads and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was able to decipher through that. But the one with South Central, I'm gonna give you an example. I went down Belrose Lane, and South Central Planning had like 9 houses in a row that had it listed as an anomaly. And I'm like, and I looked at all 9, and this has got a bin, it's got a structure, it's paying. This one and after about the 5th or 6th, I'm like, hold on, it didn't do me no good to stay on that list. I just broke.
So where they came up with there? No.
That I do not know. I was given that list, you know, Thomas Long gave me that list. He was at first for, you know, spearheading the project, so I just got it from him.
Oh,
And I'm not saying it's not a bad list. Maybe, I guess maybe it's more geared to sewer and those, you know, those other areas, but it couldn't help me with it. Couldn't help me.
Well, you got a meter box, you go open it up, see if you got water in or something.
No, I'll see if there's a meter, if there's a structure, it's got a capacity to generate trash. I look and see if it's got a bin, if it's got a dump that's exempt. If it's got a bin, and I don't see it on the list that is paying, I got a list of all 10,000 people in the parish. So if I don't see that list on that they're paying, I'm going to the water plant while these people are not paying. So it took us a while to accumulate this list right here. You know, it's a lot of work, but I got 96 people that I can charge. I know that for a fact. So we'll work on that Friday.
Since we're on this discussion, I'll just point this out again. We brought it up a while back.
Yes.
We need to revisit, I think we need to revisit the frozen accounts, the
accounts.
freezes. And we need to make sure people recertify every year, because what's happening is great grandmother is freezing her account, she's passing away, great granddaughter is moving in, that account is staying frozen for the next 40
You're
years.
paying $17 an hour.
And that we're losing a lot.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to. I'm trying to get with the water plant to generate another list on me. I want that another list of who's paying under the $25. I want to see who's paying not the $25. They said they're gonna generate a list for me.
But I mean, we need to recertify that every year.
Just do away with it and let me come back and reapply.
Every year you need to come back, reapply.
You need to reapply.
Show that you're over 65 years of age every year.
Because we losing a lot on that as well.
Yes.
And not just water, sewer, everything.
Yes.
They get discount for that too?
I think they stay
Yes.
frozen where they were when they
That's
do the
correct.
freeze.
That's correct.
Property tax.
So if somebody passed away, then granddaughter or grandson is,
Still on the same bill.
Yeah.
Correct.
But we can do that anytime. We don't have to wait till a certain time to do that, a certain date.
no, we just, in my opinion, you would tell the assessor's office or whoever, December 31st, that's it.
Cut 'em off.
All exemptions are pulled, revoked.
You come show proof of it.
And then
every
we
year.
give them till what, I don't know,
Yeah,
February
well-
28th, March 31st to recertify, or they stay at the current.
You pay the full rate.
Let's put it on the next agenda to notify the assessors.
I'll get a little bit more information from Wendy at the assessor's office for sure,
I
but
think it's like 1,100 people that have
Frozen
frozen accounts.
Next item, request approval of project permit for Shell Pipeline Company.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Bro. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval for Section 8 5-year plan.
Mr. Roberto Macedo is here.
My name is Roberto Macedo, and I'm the administrator of your Section 8 Rental Assistance Program. This program is sponsored by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, better known as HUD. And this is the agency that provides all the funds for this program. This agency, this federal government agency, requires that every 5 years, we prepare what they call a 5-year plan to outline what are the parish's plans for the future. Obviously, the objective of the program is to assist as many very low, extremely low families, income families with the rate. So the resolution would read to authorize me to prepare the plan. Also, the plan requires a public hearing and also to authorize the president to sign any documents associated with this plan.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Motion to approve. Been
Motion
doing a good
approved by
job.
Mr.
Continue.
Thank you.
Glad you didn't go in every time.
What kind of time frame are we looking to get the public hearing back on the agenda?
The first step is going to be a public notice that announces that the plan
is gonna be, available for review. And HUD requires an approximate 45 days for this review period. And at that time, we will hold a public hearing. And that's gonna put us sometime in September. And the plan is due, at HUD in October. So, I'll keep,
Supply Ms. Torres with all the information.
Yes, it is.
and of course, this is in, cooperation or at the direction also of your executive director, Ms. Melissa Rivera, the director of the section of law. I'm just the administrator.
Thank you.
Also, Mr. Roberto, have you been introduced to our new federal program director, Ms. Tawana Tyler? So I know y'all be probably being in contact, I guess, when it comes down to letting us know when vouchers or when you have application process come down. She'll be your new point of contact over here too as well.
Right, and that also is gonna be coming pretty soon because we're almost at the end of the current list. So we will be publishing a new intake.
Have a motion on the floor for approval by Mr. Alcorn. Second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. 18, request approval to adopt ordinance 24-11 to levy grass cutting charges totaling $7,859.63.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to install the following street light in road lighting District 1, 150 Cardinal Street, and 2876B Highway 1.
These addresses are improper on here. I don't know where they came from, but what it is, the first one, Cardinal Street, that's actually a corner area where you have Pine and Cardinal, and that's why I want the light on that corner pole.
Corner of Pine.
There's a light
Corner of
on each of the other two poles next to that.
You had to mark them, Charlie.
I go put a red
I
flag.
did, and you can give this to the person. I'll put these on there.
So the corner of Pine and 150 Cardinal Street?
I don't know about 150, at the corner and.
Pine and Cardinal Street.
Pine and
Yeah,
The
you know,
intersection, Kim, the intersection.
I know it's
Yeah, right,
fine.
yeah, he got the corn.
And I put these two on. These
Mark
two
with ribbon.
on all the lights.
Is the address on Highway 1 correct?
No, that's actually, let's see, this one here would be, the one I wanna put it at LA 3000, LA 3000 address. That's across from Earl's Quick Stop.
3,000 Highway 1?
LA 1
There's a lot of districts.
3000.
I mean, we're gonna have to recheck these to make sure they're in these
3,000.
districts.
I know you get like that.
All they want, they got a millage.
That address there is actually by the Napa House, the Napa
We can,
store.
we can check it, cross-check with the map. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be pending approval that it is in this district.
That's the address.
Mr. Charlie, you gave us these
Oh,
addresses.
no,
We
I
didn't
gave you
the same.
these here, I have them written right here. All of these was given this way.
Okay.
Can you turn the lights to a spell while you put it?
All right. Have a
Well, I also had 300 lights out since I took office in my district.
Have they been, fixing them, Mr. Charlie?
No, I was turning these in them, and they fixed them, I still have some more. I have two poles that the tornado knocked down in January, and they still didn't put the light back and they paid for it.
have a motion by Mr. Bro to approve the installation.
Second.
Second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to install the following streetlights in Consolidated Road Lighting District 1. 269 Highway 1014,
That's wrong too. That's at the corner of E.G. Robichaud and 1014.
Intersection.
I didn't talk to her.
This is what I had, I'm gonna give it a call. This is what I read from when I called.
I
in.
went to Miss Carol and she gave me the addresses. That's when we called you and asked if it was on the right or left side of the road. And she found the
Who's that?
accurate addresses. When we called you, me and Miss Carol, she works for 911.
Oh, wow.
And that's
They
when we
don't know what
asked
they're
if there was the
talking
right or.
about 911.
All right.
We need a 911 address to submit on the request form.
Or the
Closest
911
address.
addresses.
I wanted at the
That's
corner
closest
because we have two stop signs.
But that's the purpose of the flags, but there may not be an address at
There's
that
no
corner.
physical
No, there's
structure.
no house.
Well, that's why these addresses are the
Okay.
closest to the,
Right.
to be able to
I wanted it at
identify.
that House, I wanted at that corner.
That's
with
the
stop
purpose of
sign.
the flags.
All right, I put them already. They still have them on those that's been out since January. The pole, they changed them in the tornado, and I have those light fixtures.
I have one at the 3400 block of Highway 1 and one at the 3700 block of Highway
All
1.
right, the next one, this would be, all right, that's the corner of E.G. Robichaud, I remember that, and 1014. And the two stop signs, one's upside down and the other was facing the other way because of the tornado. And one just needs a bolt and a nut to
That's,
put it back up.
that's Eric.
That's a state highway.
That's what the reports.
Eric, gonna put the stop sign up. Eric.
You have the location of these other two?
That
Yes,
ain't it.
yeah. The next one is, the first pole on Oakley Road off of LA one. Oakley Road.
So that one will be on Oakley Road, not on Highway 1.
Okay.
And the third one
Next
is,
would be-
That's a private road.
No, it's not a private road.
Oakley?
Lighting
This is
district.
for on the market.
They're gonna verify it.
We gonna check the
On
maps
the
to make
Market
sure
Road is a
this
parish road.
Right.
And it's
On
also,
the highway, one side is private. Only on 1010 is it.
it's right next to LA one, but it's a little distance. I don't want a long arm there.
It's on the Logan side, right?
That's
Yeah,
bad.
so it's not a buy side, it's
That's where Wolfman got his keys, he got his.
That's, the ambulance is
Yes,
there a lot
yes.
at night,
He got a key.
probably sharpening their knives, I don't know. They park there, you know, it assists. And it's also a landing dock for the farm.
So the la-
Line.
is the last
And
location?
it's also, that you can see the road, because when the cane's tall, you can't see where the road is. And that's where we're gonna do a lot of work in the Monterey drainage there, and I wanna go back there sometimes at night. The next one would be the first pole, the first pole down 1010 from LA one. That's all better known as the Little Texas Road. The first pole. Okay,
Got it, Keith?
on 1010 from LA one. That's it.
motion approved by Mr. Bro,
Second.
second by Mr. Pineville. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the following liquor license to conduct charitable gaming, St. Joseph the Worker Church Hall, May 23rd to 25th, 2025.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the following occupational license applications. Blue Lotus Hair Salon, Pierpont, Family Dollar, number 33756, Pierpont, Hair by Leslie in Napoleonville. Cajun Cadence CPR, LLC, Napoleonville.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Nakam. Second, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the following liquor license applications. Family Dollar Store, number 33756 at 3171 Highway 70 South, Pierpont. Prospects 10U, September 27th and 28th, 2024 at 122 Barrett Lane. That's at the CSL Ballpark.
Okay.
Pierpont Bell River Volunteer Fire Department, October 20th to 21st, 2024. 3304 Highway 70 South in Pierpont.
So moved.
Motion approved by Mr. Nakam,
Thank you.
second by Mr. Carter.
Any other items to be eliminated?
Here's no further business. Motion adjourned.
Motion adjourned.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Carter.
Everyone's gonna be on my time, I don't know.
In the morning at 8.
Man.